Hi, Chair.
Hi, Bev. Busy days, eh?
Yeah, that hour went very quickly.
Yes, yes, it did. Hi, Ralston.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi, Sandy.
Hello. Steve, I promise to keep my camera off if I'm walking.
It'll be awkward if you're walking with your laptop, Sandy.
Okay, I think we'll just wait 1 minute and get started because it is 4 o'clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay. It's 4 o'clock, so I would like to call the meeting to order for October 25th, 2021. I'd like to start by recognizing that Ottawa is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Host Nation. The peoples of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The Ottawa Police Services Board honors the people and the land of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. Today, Ottawa is home to approximately 40,000 First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. Ottawa's Indigenous community is diverse, representing many nations, languages, and customs. The Ottawa Police Services Board honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. We are currently broadcasting on Zoom and live streaming on YouTube. Given this meeting is being held electronically, I want to caution that there's always the possibility of some technical difficulties. Should we receive any disruptions, I'd like to ask that everyone remain patient as we work to fix the issues and resume the meeting just as soon as is possible. In terms of meeting day quorum, as each item is presented, I will ask board members if the item is received or carried. If you're joining without video, please say your name before speaking. If you're joining the meeting from a location with background noise, please keep yourself muted until it's your turn to speak. I'll now proceed with the confirmation of the agenda. That the Ottawa Police Services Board confirm the agenda of October 25th, 2021. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Married.
Thank you. And confirmation of minutes 43 of September 27th, 2021. Are the minutes confirmed?
Confirmed.
Carried.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none,
Nope.
we do have some public delegations registered to speak today. If you're registered to speak on a specific agenda item, we'll be holding your delegation until we reach that particular item. Some delegates may be addressing multiple items or items not listed on the agenda. We will start with their presentations. A reminder that only those who registered and were approved to speak will be permitted to address the board. When I call your name, you'll be able to turn on your mic and your video. Each delegate has up to 5 minutes to address the board. The list of delegates on the agenda has been updated since last Wednesday. Prior to proceeding with the first registered delegate, I want to make a few comments to help facilitate a productive exchange this evening. We invite any and all residents wishing to address our board on matters within our mandate to do so. We see great value in the exchange of different ideas around policing and community safety more broadly. We also recognize that our current processes for engaging the community are inadequate inadequate and do not provide a space for discussing and advancing complex and emotionally charged issues together. We are committed to fixing our processes, and work is currently underway to do so. In the interim, we ask everyone who's choosing to participate in our meetings to do so in a respectful, collaborative, and inclusive manner towards all participants. I'll now call on the first registered delegate, and that will be Samia Ahmed from Vivek Research.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Samia, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Perfect. 1 second. I will be sharing my screen. Okay. I'm going to start now. So my name is Samia and I'm an economist at Vivek Research. I will be presenting a potential alternative to police-led mental health crisis response. This strategy seeks to remove all responsibilities related to wellness checks and crisis calls from the OPS. To be clear, this is only one kind of non-police response needed in Ottawa. It is meant to protect Ottawa's most vulnerable residents from the threat of police brutality and provide community members with the quality care that they deserve. In this presentation, I will explain why we can confidently state, with the backing of research and consultations, that the police-led reform that the OPS is undertaking to restructure its mental health crisis response will fail the Ottawa community. This model rests on the board understanding two fundamental truths. First, the OPS is failing our community. Regardless of whether individuals are calling for a decrease, a freeze, or an increase, they are coming to these meetings and telling you that what we have isn't working. Speakers highlight the killings of Black and Indigenous peoples. They highlight long wait times during an emergency, and they highlight feeling unsafe. What we have does not work. Second, police reform does not work, and police-led reforms actively undermine progress. Calls for increased training won't solve these problems. The training police receive depicts people with mental illnesses as violent and unpredictable, causing officers to act too quickly and with lethal force. Increased diversity does not make policing safer, because the problem has never been individual officers, but in fact the entire system. It is ridiculous to believe that police-worn equipment, such as body cams, that can be willingly turned off, turned away, or conveniently lost, will fill the gaps in our policing system. Finally, police accountability is undermined by the SIU, which is at best reactionary and does not prevent police brutality from occurring in the first place. There are alternatives to police forces in many cities across North America, such as Toronto, Edmonton, Eugene, Oregon, Thunder Bay, and Winnipeg. A quick Google search can point you in the direction of many others. The mobile crisis response we have developed with the city, with people in the city, was developed based on community consultation and outreach. In our consultations, the most common response to police involvement in crises was that police cause harm and should not be a part of mental health care. All surveyed groups stated that they would not be comfortable having 911 call for them if they were in a mental health crisis, citing fears for their safety. From our consultations in Ottawa, people stated that they want non-police responders to respond to wellness checks, crisis calls, overdoses, and public intoxication and disturbances, because those are closely correlated behaviors with people experiencing mental health crises. Unlike the police, first responders should have shared lived experience and similar backgrounds. They should be culturally responsive and, most importantly, unarmed and trauma-informed. Police can never be trauma-informed because inherent things like wearing a uniform and carrying a weapon is traumatizing to people. Response teams would differ from police because they are able to provide medical care as opposed to sending someone off to a hospital, and most importantly, they should not be bound to nor protected by the Police Services Act, which holds officers above the law and hinders any meaningful accountability. Unlike the Ottawa Police, services should help the entire Ottawa community rather than punishing people who are in crisis. This reduces the likelihood of people re-interacting with the system or being criminalized by addressing root causes of the crisis and including follow-up care and cultural competency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samia, for being here today and for your presentation. We appreciate it. There is one question. We're going to go there in a minute. I just wanted to point out a couple of things in your presentation. One, you talked about the police-led mental health strategy, but I just wanted to make it clear to everyone listening that this strategy is no longer being led by police. It's being led by the City of Ottawa based on a motion that I put to City Council. It's been taken over by the city, who I think have, long tentacles into the community and are better positioned to lead this strategy. So although the police are at the table, the police are no longer leading this initiative. It's being led by the City of Ottawa. I also wanted to point out, because you made a reference to body cameras, that police service members in Ottawa do not wear body cameras. With that said, Sandy, Member Smallwood, over to you.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your presentation. In your presentation, you mentioned that there are models of mobile crisis response teams. You mentioned Toronto, Edmonton, Eugene. I think it's really clear that we know that there needs to be a different approach. And as the chair has just said, that we're actively working towards, and the city's working towards a different approach to it. But I went, and because this has been raised many times, I went and I met with and have spoken to representatives from Toronto, from Edmonton, the Chief Dale McPhee, and the chair of the commission, Mickey Ruth. And it was clear in speaking to them that the example that they felt is best in North America of a mobile crisis response team was in Eugene, Oregon. And in listening to Berkeley Carmine of the Whitebird community and Chris Skinner, who's the chief of the Eugene Police Department, one thing that was very clear, the Berkeley Carmine indicates about a 20% diversion rate from police. The chief puts the diversion rate lower at between 5 and 8%. But in either case, what you end up with is somewhere between 80 and 90% of the calls still going to the police. So I just wonder, we're often as a board, we're hearing that this is something that we want to see, a complete changeover of the way things are being done. But in the case of what seems to be the best example in North America, in Eugene, Oregon, after 30 years, their diversion rate, that still means it's somewhere between 80 and 90% of the calls are still going to the police. So I would really love to hear if there's any examples where there is a complete diversion or there's something else, because from a board perspective, we have to look at what exists elsewhere. And so far what we found, there is still a major involvement in police in these types of calls. So I don't know if you have any comments or any other examples, but certainly the research I've done seems to indicate the police still play a major role. Thanks.
Sure, I'd like to first address Diane. So you said that there's still police at the table. That doesn't mean there's no police involvement. If there's police at the table, that means the police are involved, and that's not what we want, and that's not what the people want. Secondly, to address Eugene, Oregon, that those numbers don't align with the people that we've talked to at Whitebird Clinic. And so I don't know where those numbers are from. Maybe they're old, maybe this was before the program was expanded. But regardless of that, regardless of the number differential, a lot of programs like Housing First and safe consumption sites don't require police presence and are alternatives where police are not involved and should not be involved. And those are things that the city can consider. So that is, I think that was your question. And that is what I think. That's my opinion.
Anything further, Member Smallwood?
For clarity, this information came from Berkeley Carmine, and it came within the last 3 months. So I would be delighted if there's something more recent from them than the last 3 months. But that's that's how old it is, and that's who it came from.
We spoke to Tim Clark, I think in July, so fairly recent as well.
Thanks very much.
I saw the chief's hand up, but I don't think it's up any longer, is it?
Nope, Chair Sandy covered what I was going to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, and just to reiterate the point, what I said is the police aren't leading the strategy, the City of Ottawa is leading the strategy. So thank you again, Samia, for being here. We'll move to Nora Ottenhoff, also from Vivek Research.
Ideally, the police are not involved at all. That is what we want. Just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm also going to share my screen, so just give me a brief moment. All right. So hello, my name is Nora Ottenhoff, and today I'm going to devote my delegation to discussing the various methodological errors present in the OPSB and OPS budget consultation survey for 2021. Before I begin my critique, I will briefly outline my qualifications to speak on the topic. I have a bachelor's degree in economics from Queen's University, a master's degree in environmental economics from the London School of Economics. I'm currently pursuing my PhD in economic and environmental policy, through which I have completed PhD level coursework in empirical methods and econometrics. So I would first like to speak to the sampling errors present in the survey. Without a representative sample, a survey is useless. Here, by the survey's own admission, low-income households, persons with disabilities, as well as Indigenous, Black, Middle Eastern, and Asian residents of Ottawa are underrepresented. The survey does accurately represent high-income households, along with white and Hispanic residents. This underrepresentation of low-income, racialized, and otherwise marginalized groups would be problematic regardless of the survey topic, but is especially consequential in this case, as these are the precise populations who have the highest instance of interaction with police, and therefore are the voices which need to be weighted most heavily. The next error occurs via the blatantly biased construction of the survey's question, and I've outlined two examples here. The first reads, which of these do you see as a higher priority for the OPS? Community policing, i.e. the expansion of neighborhood resource teams to suburban and rural communities, or hate and bias crime unit enhancements to enable more outreach, education, and prevention. The second example poses the same question and gives the options of creating an alternative model for mental health responses or addressing violence against women. These are examples of what we would call leading questions. Put in simple terms, the construction of these questions makes assumptions about the respondent that are not necessarily true and lead the respondent to answer in a predetermined way. In this case, the survey has assumed that the respondent believes that issues regarding mental health and violence against women should be under the purview of the OPS. While the survey does provide an "I can't decide" option, nowhere is one given the option to state that these issues should not be under OPS purview. This flawed construction provides an incomplete image of the respondent's true views. Additionally, asking respondents to rank their prioritization of various social issues relating to crime and mental health ignores the reality that several of these issues are interconnected and can only be effectively addressed through holistic interventions which seek to provide care to the individual as opposed to simply addressing the outcome. The survey's next flaw is in its interpretation of results. Respondents were instructed here to rate their level of concern with a range of crimes and what they call disorder issues for the City of Ottawa. Nowhere in this phrasing is desire for police intervention in these areas mentioned. Equating level of concern with a desire for police presence is simply wrong and is a blatant example of the survey drawing unsupported conclusions. I myself would have reported having high levels of concern for overdose deaths, mental health, and violence against women in our city, but my concern for these issues does not mean that I would like greater police intervention in these areas. In fact, it is due to my high level of concern that I would like to see police detasked from these areas. To conclude my delegation, I would like to briefly discuss some conclusions from the survey that can be drawn. 73% of respondents reported being in favor of the OPS shifting some responsibility from police to community services. This figure is likely an underestimation given the underrepresented demographics I mentioned previously. And members of the board, I would like to draw attention. You often cite the need to represent the views of your constituents as part of your responsibility here. This is a prime example of them telling you what they would like to see, and what they would like to see is fewer police. And with regards to this board in particular, the survey found that the majority of delegates who speak at these board meetings do not want any further funding increases to carceral systems, do want a freeze to the OPS budget, do want to see funding reallocated to community-based services, do want to see police detasked, and do want to be heard and respected by members of this board instead of being met by hostility, which has become somewhat of a norm in these meetings. Finally, for both members of this board and for community members watching, I would direct you once again to the report put out by Vivek Research and the 613-819 Block Hub on mental health alternatives in Ottawa as an example of ethical and methodologically sound surveying. There, the voices of those who have the most frequent interaction with police have been surveyed and recorded. Their desire is for fewer police, and we echo that desire. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nora, and you were pretty much right on 5 minutes. And thank you for your important points that you made about the survey today. We appreciate your input, and I don't disagree. Thank you. Anyone else? Any comments? Seeing none, we will move to Inez Hillel from Vivek Research.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And as you have 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Inez, and I'm here presenting on behalf of Vivek Research. And I'm actually going to use my few minutes to address some of what's been said in the past by OPSB and OPS staff. The format of these meetings, there's the absence of a space for dialogue that's been brought up a lot, but it ends up with the situation where members of this board or OPS staff can accuse delegates of misinformation while themselves spreading fictional scenarios, private survey results, and just general fear mongering. So I'm going to go over that in my presentation. So I'll start with something that came up just earlier after my colleague Samia spoke. But we keep hearing that the CAHOOTS program in Eugene still relies heavily on police support. So this is an interesting framing of the situation because it is true that this crisis response has not single-handedly eliminated the need for police, but it promotes a false narrative to suggest that police remain essential in the context without recognizing that Eugene does not have a housing first model to address homelessness. They have no safe consumption sites. They have no public health care. Drug use, even personal use, is criminalized. And so we end up in a situation where, yes, there's still police responding to a variety of situations. So whether it be 90% or 80% or even 70% of calls, this makes it seem like we're implying that a mobile crisis response is somehow going to single-handedly prevent all crises from occurring. A non-police response like CAHOOTS, or the one we're proposing, needs to be accompanied with wraparound non-carceral supports, not state violence. And so crisis response is only one component of what the police do. We're not trying to replace the entire police service with one crisis response. We want to replace the entire police service with non-police crisis response, but we also want housing first. We want decriminalized drugs. We want access to a safe supply and a variety of other supports. In cases where we still need responsive care, we want specialized teams to come. This is a specialized mental health crisis team that we're talking about, but there are other specialized services that can come as violence interrupters or other situations that police currently respond to. I would also like to address something that we've been hearing often in many meetings, often from Councillor Meehan, and that is that Ottawa is a growing city, and therefore the COP to POP ratio is falling. I have a few follow-up questions for her, and given that it's a numeric indicator, I would like to know what the ideal ratio we're hoping for is here, and if there are empirical studies that support the ratio. For context, this COP to POP ratio is a fairly meaningless indicator because it only singles the number of police you have and the number of people you have in a community. It does not address that a lot of the police on the current OPS force are murderers, have been accused of sexual assault, and are currently suspended pending investigations into their actions. Aside from the officers that have clearly transgressed in various ways, the remaining police officers are complicit in their actions and have often defended and supported them. Another thing that's been brought up often in these meetings from mostly many delegates is that they don't feel safe. And this is often used to weaponize and to justify the need for an increase in number of police officers to get faster response time and more presence when a situation is ongoing. However, a lot of the delegates that have brought this information to these council meetings talk about feeling uncomfortable in the presence of homelessness. But this seems to imply that feeling unsafe when walking past shelters is more important than feeling unsafe while living in shelters. I think it's really important to recognize that police presence is not a form of housing. And so an adequate response to the current housing crisis would be more affordable housing. Making calls to a police board to increase presence is essentially unrelated. Pending this, then the board then weaponizes these fears to state that they will be increasing the number of police officers, or they don't want to have a reduction in the budget. And then you use, like on this meeting, they're going to ask for $1 million to buy new tasers. So the logical promises that are made of reduced response times for calls are not justified with the same things that they're asking for more money for. I think it's also important to address that we have heard that detasking the police would be a hard sell to residents, particularly suburban residents. From the Very Biased survey that just came out, we found that this board found that 73% of community members were looking to see the OPS detasked from certain responsibilities. So that makes me believe that it wouldn't be that hard of a sell. But it also shows that oftentimes when we talk about alternatives, it's clear that members of this board are not taking the time to learn about the alternatives that exist beyond what we can present in 5 minutes.
And
it is not
speaking of 5 minutes, your time is up. So if you could please wrap up.
Yeah, so I was just going to wrap up by saying it's really not that hard to sell new initiatives if you're taking the time to be informed about them and you are actively believing in them and can then present them well to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. I just a couple of points, and one is, the board has recognized the limitations of our public consultation and the way that we interact with public delegations. It's not a dialogue, and we have PACE working with us to try and create a different space where we can have more of a dialogue on these complex issues. So we will try and do that. But you asked Councillor Meehan some questions. This is not the forum that Councillor Meehan can have that dialogue. Once we get PACE moved along with bringing us some recommendations, hopefully that we can create a space where we can have more dialogue going forward. In the meantime, I did start the meeting asking for respect from all parties. And, I think framing police as murderers is probably not the kind of respect we would expect from public delegations. So we would just ask all public delegations to refrain from such language in the future. I don't think that advances our work as a community together. Chief Slowly, did you want to say something?
Chair, you said it better than I probably would have, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Inez, for your delegation today. We'll move to Fadi Shari.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Fadi. You have 5 minutes to address the board. Please go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board and the audience today. try to be as brief as possible. About a month ago, on a Friday late afternoon, my daughter was involved in a multi-car collision on Strandhurst Drive in Barrhaven. The collision occurred around 6:15 p.m. When she called me, I asked if she or somebody else from the individuals involved in the collision had called the police, and she confirmed that they did. I, of course, arrived there at around 6:45 p.m. and found the parents of one other individual and the third car driver being there on the scene, and we were staying there waiting for the police to show up. 2 police cruisers arrived at 9:20 p.m. That's almost 3 hours after the calls were made. The police officers, of which one of them drove all the way from Fitzroy, apologized for the long wait and informed all of us that it was a busy night and that the force is understaffed and in serious need of additional manpower. I and others found that to be very concerning and quite frankly scary. Well, that situation, the collision, was in a lit area and with lots of traffic. Our thoughts were, what if it was in a more remote area with no lights and very little traffic? How safe or secure would our kids have felt or been at that point? As someone that has been living in Ottawa for 31 years, I still recall the days when a car accident on the 417 made the news, simply because Ottawa was too small and no major incidents occurred back then. Today, we hear about a shooting or a major crime almost daily, and with the continuous expansion of Ottawa and continuous influx of people choosing our city as home, we are almost guaranteed an increase in major crime and incidents. While some are calling for the defunding of the police or decreasing the allocated budget, I come to you today with a request that is the exact opposite: increase the police budget. Our growing city needs additional resources to keep it safe. Decreasing the police budget is exactly like adding fuel to a fire. In a city that's home to roughly 1.2 to 1.3 million people, our current police force is standing at roughly 1,500 police officers. Decreasing that budget means elimination of police officers in a city that's actually in need of more. A small comparison: Dallas, Texas population is almost the same as that of Ottawa, yet the full-time sworn-in officers is more than double of that in Ottawa. It's around 3,400. I'll let that sink in for a second, the numbers. As part of my request to increase the police budget, I'm also asking that a portion of the increased budget be allocated to civil services in the Ottawa Police Force to increase community involvement and build stronger bridges between the force and the communities. This would not only play into a tighter relationship between the communities and the police, but it will also help address the racism issue, systematic or not, that we're starting to see more and more of. By increasing diversification of the police force and inclusion of minorities as sworn officers or civil ambassadors, and by deploying those officers into their respective communities, we will have a force that is more connected, understanding, and more involved, and hopefully a safer city. I also ask that a portion of the increased budget be allocated to monitoring, auditing, and policing the police force activities. While I'm asking for an increase in the police force, in no means am I asking for Ottawa to become a police state, with a few bad people here and there trying to do as they please. The force is there to protect and serve, and they should be held accountable to protect and serve. Keep in mind that the great majority of our police officers have been doing exactly that for years and years. While my address today touched on multiple points, 3 or 4 to be exact, they all fall under the main point, and that is a respectful demand to increase the police force budget so that we can have a safer city. Once again, I thank all of you for the opportunity and wish you and your loved ones a safe and prosperous life in our little city. Thank you.
Thank you, Fadi, for your presentation. I appreciate your input and your perspective. There was just one thing you said I just wanted to get some clarification on, and that was, did you say when the 911 call went in, it was a 911 responder that said they didn't have resources because they were underfunded?
They initially they called 911, and then they were given a phone number, the police phone number, non-emergency police number, which they called at that point, and they said that a police officer will be showing up, but they were not sure what time that officer will show up.
And they said it was due to underfunding?
It was the two police officers that showed up eventually stated that, and actually asked if we could file a complaint, because that will help in demanding an increase to the budget and therefore increasing the amount of people or officers, that are in the force. So instead of filing a complaint, basically what I decided to do is attend this meeting and state the case, make it so that everybody's hearing it from someone who has just been involved in a situation where we really need additional police presence.
Thank you, Fadi. And Chief Slowly, I would just ask you to follow up with those two officers. I find it very inappropriate that they're telling the public that they're underfunded and they should be lobbying for more funds. So if you could address that issue, I would appreciate it.
Chair James, I'm not sure that's what I heard, but I will follow up with the officers to see what was said. And if there was anything inappropriate, I'll deal with it. If it was officers talking about their frustration about being 3 hours late to provide a service to the community, and they expressed it in a way that was taken in that way, then we'll deal with it. But I will follow up with it.
Thank you.
Their intention was actually to de-escalate our frustration from having to wait for 3 hours.
Thank you. We don't really do a back and forth here, but thank you for that. And there is another question for you, Member Smallwood.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that, I think you said Dallas, that there was twice the number of police officers in Ottawa. I'm not sure if you're familiar with, there's a line of thought that goes back to the 1820s, that the sign of the effectiveness of policing is actually the lack of visible presence of police. In other words, the safer your city is, the less you need policing. So really, it would seem to me that Dallas would be an example of a city that's failing. If you have to have police officers everywhere, that doesn't sound like a very safe city to me. In fact, there's a lot of evidence when you look at the cop per pop ratio that in Canada anyway, the city with the highest cop per pop ratio, which is Edmonton, also has the highest crime severity ratio. So there seems to be a belief, at least in some areas, that having more police somehow rather ends crime. But I think it's been clearly illustrated repeatedly is that crime is a downstream issue that comes as a result of upstream problems, whether it be homelessness or addictions or so many other things. Mental health is one that's been discussed repeatedly. And really what the board has been looking at, what the chief has been trying to lead on, is getting away from having a police response for everything that goes wrong and try to deal with it as an upstream issue and put the resources that we can into solving those upstream issues, because we all have the same goal. We all want a safer city. It's just that it seems the most efficient and effective way to do it is to deal with the issues when they're upstream before they get to be downstream. So I make that comment. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not, but I think that we really want to be looking at the upstream side of the problem, not the downstream after the problem's already occurred. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Smallwood. Member Sueda.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I have a question for the chief on what the delegate was saying. Is it common that police would respond from Fitzroy to an incident that happened in Barrhaven? It seems like a far drive. Can you just clarify if that's the situation that normally happens?
Yeah, Member Sueda, I've actually asked Acting Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson to look into the actual occurrence. I can tell you on a regular basis, yes, we have calls for service that are low priority. I don't know the details of this, whether anybody was injured. If there was no injury, but there was significant vehicle damage, then it would not be suitable for it to go strictly to an online report. There would need to be an officer that's assigned to it. If it was a busy enough night and our officers were tasked with a number of other calls, a lower priority call does go into pending, and it can take hours before we finally get an officer freed up in order to go over there. Quite often, those officers are, in fact, very concerned about the lack of timeliness of a response, not for any other reason other than the fact that they recognize what serve and protect means. And serve means timeliness and response. So there may have, in fact, been an exchange of information between the responding officers and the people at the scene, with the officers trying to find a way to explain and calm things down. We'll look at this incident and I'll report back to you and the board as to what we found. But it is quite often that we have to send officers from very far away in the largest municipality in Canada to calls for service that are of low priority. It can take sometimes an hour and a half to go across large expanses of the city, as you all know. So that is a regular occurrence that our officers face, and it's a regular reality in the size and the nature of the city of this that has a police service of the size and nature that it has.
Okay, so it seems like the geography obviously plays a role in what's happening here with the size of the city. But at any one point, like I think the delegate said it was a Thursday night, if I'm not mistaken. How many officers would we have on the, sorry?
Friday night.
Friday night. How many officers would we have on Friday night on duty?
Member Swayder, thank you. I'm going to ask Acting Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson to provide you that information. Some of that is related to our collective bargaining agreement that the board has negotiated with the OPA. Some of that just relates to the fact that on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night in the city, our demand for service is usually higher than it is at any other point in the week. Trish, can you provide any insights into Member Swayder's question?
Yeah, only that it's very dependent on the day of the week, and what's going on in the city as to how many are. We have traffic officers that sometimes will be logged on at that time of night. We also have our neighborhood resource team officers, but on a regular basis, our platoons are putting out somewhere in the average of about 50 officers across the city per shift. And depending on the overlap, we may have a few more, or we might be sitting right around that 45 to 50 officers.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Member Swayder. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Sharif, for being here, and we will move to Laura Shantz.
Thank you.
Hi there. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. Hey, it's Laura Shantz. I'm going to be brief tonight, or knock on wood, I say I will. So I'd like to address two items on tonight's agenda. The first is the purchase of conducted energy weapons, also known as tasers. My eyebrows raised with the price tag attached to this item, as I'm sure happened for many of you as well, when we've already spent significant dollars on tasers over the past few years. I would ask about the value for money of this purchase, especially in light of American studies, including one from the University of Chicago, that shows that having tasers doesn't actually result in reduction in harm to citizens. So we don't have a lot of empirical evidence here in Ottawa. I've seen what's written on the police website, but I have a question about that. I think it's, it's not maybe our best use of money, especially when we're trying to be cautious with budgets. I would suggest that money could be better spent elsewhere. Secondly, I have read the report by Pace Consultants about ways to reallocate responsibility within the OPSB. And I agree that change has to happen. I agree that things are not always working very well in the way that they are right now. So I know there's going to be more of a report on this later, but just from my perspective, change is slow. So of course, and I understand this board is really hamstrung by the need for the many changes to happen at the provincial level. For example, not even being able to suspend officers without pay when they're charged with criminal offenses. That's, I appreciate the fact that you've written to the province and it's quite slow. And I know that there's other changes as well needed in order to make large changes at the police level or the police service board level. But my question with the plan is about what metrics we're going to use to determine if a new board structure is effective or not. So we know what we have is not working very well. We know that people are frustrated. We know that people are coming, as you've already said tonight, Chair Deans, looking for dialogue, and this is not really a place for dialogue. It's more of a place for informing and sharing views. We know it's not really effective in what's happening, but if we're going to move forward, we'd like to see, and I would like to see an accountability framework that can be used to track where we are and to see what changes and how those changes affect our community. So what is it about the current structure that we're concerned about? Perhaps part of it is the optics of having a lot of citizens line up. Maybe it's that people are being frustrated. Maybe it is correspondence received offline about the frustration in the process. I don't know all of what's going on. Maybe we're looking for better responses, clearer responses, and open dialogue, a way to address complaints, for example, that might fall outside the complaints process. I know we've heard some of those. So part of developing this new strategy, in my mind, would be being open about what exactly we are trying to accomplish, how we want to get there, and how we will know if we are indeed successful in doing that. So, for example, the new structure as the one proposed will change how the public responds and engages with the board. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the issues are being addressed in a way that seeks a resolution, that seeks to, put it to make all parties, not necessarily happy, because I don't think anyone's ever going to be all the way happy, but in a place that they understand what's going on, or they feel that their concerns have been heard. Jumping back into my academic history, if we think about in criminological literature, we often think about ways, we often talk about and think about ways that crime control apparatus, so all the things associated with crime control, whether it is the police service boards, organizations focused on crime prevention, we think about ways that these apparati expand and entrench themselves. So we think about, not just what we see on the surface, but how they're kind of laced and woven into the community framework. And so what exactly is happening if we change? Are we trying to seek a resolution, or are we trying to find a way to keep status quo? And I guess that is really kind of where I'm coming from, that we need to, not me, but as you embark on this process of change, if you decide to go through with these changes proposed, what this reform measure requires is a way to ensure that issues are actually being addressed and not just diffused, swept to a different forum, away from public scrutiny, or put into kind of a repetitive circle that the same things keep coming up over and over in ways that can't necessarily be addressed to the satisfaction of people. And I recognize not everyone's going to be happy, because we have people coming, with all different viewpoints. But I think what the plan really needs is some metrics, just to talk about what exactly does success look like if you are going to reform a police service board. And I think that is, if you do go ahead with these changes, that is something I would really like to see some real clarity on, of exactly what it is we're looking to accomplish and what that looks like for everyone involved if it works, so that we know what's going on, we know how to approach it. And that's what I'd like to say. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I appreciate your input. When we get to that item, we can ask that question. I think that's a very important point, because if we do go down that path, we need to know that we're having more success. So thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, thanks again, Laura. We'll move to Ray Cornane.
Hello.
Hello, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Diane Deans, and thank you, Ottawa Police Services Board, for the opportunity to speak today regarding more positive police presence in our community, specifically in regards to our youth. My name is Ray Cernine, and I am an educator with one of the local school boards here, as well as the chairwoman of a board of directors of a foundation that serves the needs of our vulnerable student populations from all across the city. Speaking from my personal and professional experience, there is an immediate need of appropriate reallocated funding intention towards building and maintaining community relationships, a relationship that begins well before interactions strictly driven by observing and policing. Positive police experiences allow youth to not only feel safe within their own environments, but also with those tasked with being the protectors or providing protection. More collaborations with community partners such as myself through involvement of events such as Q&A forums or informal panels are necessary and can in turn increase capacity within OPS youth-centered initiatives. This collaboration or partnership within spaces such as community centers are a beneficial starting point because this space is where many of our youth feel safe and familiar with. More jointly created platforms such as these are imperative to show that police officers or members of OPS are and can be accessible and approachable. Representation matters and will continue to matter. Diversity for the sake of diversity is counterproductive and superficial. Exposure to active, meaningful, authentic relationship building must be a joint operation amongst all decision makers, especially at the grassroots levels. There must be a thorough, multifaceted decision-making process that is cognizant of long-term impacts of OPS community relations. Reliable and consistent grassroots level interactions instead of interventions promote actionary approaches versus reactionary. What I hope to see in 2022 as a member of this community, as an educator, is more of a proactive willingness to interact and participate with outreach initiatives within the Ottawa Carleton community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you again for being here. We'll move to Cassie Slack.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Cassie. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Cassie, and I'm here again to ask this board to take real actions towards removing police from our communities and repairing the trust that has been broken. First, I'd like to talk about the PACE report. I'd like to echo the concern raised in the report that creating another committee and delegating responsibility to the community to that committee is an abdication of this board's responsibilities. I do not believe that creating another committee is going to resolve the issues between this community and the police. Next, I'd like to ask a question about the Help Seeker report. According to the report, around $146 million of the police budget is included as part of the Ottawa social safety net, with the bulk of that money, around $96 million, going to what is labeled as frontline operations. Frontline operations is described in the report as expenditures related to divisional support and fixed operations. My question is, what is divisional support and fixed operations, and what makes that part of the social safety net in Ottawa? It's unclear in the report. Next, I'd like to talk about item 6, or the purchase of the Taser 7 from Axon. I would ask this board not to approve this purchase today. The OPS and the board are currently gearing up for a use of force review, particularly after the deaths of both Anthony Oust and Abdirahman Abdi. I am wondering why we are discussing buying new weapons and equipping more officers with them before we have completed this review. I understand the initial decision for purchasing the Taser 7 happened before the commitment to the use of force review, but with the new context of an upcoming review, does it make sense to move forward with this? Especially since data does show that when we equip more officers with tasers, they use them more. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the budget report. In the report, it states a majority of respondents do not support a reduction in the OPS budget, but 26% do support defunding the OPS. I'd really like to direct this board back to what Delegate Lise Pascal attempted to educate you on a few months ago and what Nora did today. Of course, the majority of people are not going to see issues with policing and may see more police as the solution to issues. The majority of people, like those reflected in the survey, white, upper and middle class folks, are not the ones being directly impacted by the harms of policing. When they rely on statements like, most residents want to see a police budget increase, you erase and devalue the people who actually experience the most intense harms of the policing system, which are our Black, Indigenous, poor, disabled, trans, and houseless neighbors. It is my belief that those who are directly experiencing a problem are the ones whose voices must be centered in the solution to it, even if it is, as you say, just a vocal minority of people. That's all from me today, and I am happy to repeat my question on the Help Seeker report if you need it.
No, but I'd be happy to put that to the chief. Chief, could you explain to us what divisional support is?
First of all, Chair, I believe Help Seeker will be on later on. Maybe that question is best placed.
Okay, we'll hold that question, and somebody jog my memory if I forget to ask that question when help seekers are here later. But thank you, Cassie, for raising that, and thank you for being here today. And we'll move now to Sam Hirsch.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Yes, Sam, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So hi, I first want to recognize, as others have, that we're on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin people. Before I begin, I just want to briefly retort the point that a previous delegate, Fadi Shure, made in his delegation to increase the police budget. He noted that police came 2 hours after he called them. This isn't because we have too little police or we need to increase funding. This is because at their core, policing and police are fundamentally reactionary. They don't stop crime, they react to situations, or prevent crime, they react. His personal anecdote is exactly why we need to move away from policing. And someone, it was very disturbing to hear, and someone calling 911 for an emergency shouldn't have to worry about not getting services because the Ottawa police are making a political statement, and doing so, is again extremely disturbing. And I just want to say too that I saw similar reports of something like this happening at the when there was that big thing that happened during the Panda game on Russell and Sandy Hill. Some people noted on Twitter that they asked police to do something, and they said, no, we're being defunded. So I'd like to ask the chief to look into that as well. It's extremely disturbing to hear things like that. There's a lot to address today, but I'll try to address some of the things of the budget in the agenda today and the time that I've been given. One of the things I want to speak to is the PACE Public Affairs report. I'll note firstly that when it was announced at first that this firm was being hired to conduct more public consultations, a lot of the delegates that came to these meetings opposed it because it would relay the same results as consultations led to last year, and we were right. You didn't need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to figure out that people were dissatisfied with the police and the public engagement process. Further, the premise of the whole report is wrong. It frames the movement to reallocate police funding to community services as a public symbol, as quoted from the report, of the strained relationship between some members of Ottawa's racialized communities and the OPS and the board, or as tensions that erupted. And this isn't what this movement is. This is not a simple reaction to police misdeeds, though that's part of it. We have been clear again and again and again, and this report makes it clear, folks haven't really been listening. We want less police on our streets, not better police on our streets. And we've been saying that again and again. You can try and rationalize this movement as a one-off or a moment in time because you can't imagine a future with alternatives to policing, but that doesn't mean, that's what this movement is. We're not going away anytime soon. The second thing I'd like to address is the budget consultation report item, which addresses the police budget survey, which quite frankly was an unscientific, ludicrous survey. Even the report itself admits that the survey could not control for people living outside of Ottawa, or even if people were able to take the survey multiple times. The survey was only posted on police websites, and many groups were heavily underrepresented, including low-income people and racialized people, those most negatively affected by the police. And this was brought up multiple times. And I won't go into the exact statistics because other delegates have already spoken about that. But even despite this, despite the police creating leading questions, despite the police, creating a survey that was only on police websites, essentially trying to, get the answer they wanted to get a police, to get an increase, they still managed to get survey respondents that said 73% of people were in favor of the OPS shifting some responsibility from the police community service. They still only received a slim majority of 51%. That should tell this board that people, it's actually not that black and white, that people, it's not the majority of residents that want to raise the police budget. And I would challenge this board too to, maybe look into the city or other external groups doing an actual survey, because the police budget survey was not an accurate survey. And it's very clear it wasn't scientific. We put out a statement, Horizon Ottawa, with other groups about this. And if the board does approve a budget increase based off of this survey, it would be a huge disservice to the rest of the Ottawa community. With the small amount of time I have left, I just have two questions. If anyone can answer. The first is, the board said they were committed to freezing or looking into freezing this budget. I saw that there was out of the budget surplus, that there's a $915,000 from this surplus that is going to the police budget. I would ask if that is true. If it is true, we're trying to freeze the budget, would that money still go into the police budget? Second thing is around mandatory vaccinations. I saw over the weekend that, police are not being mandated to get vaccinated, while we are seeing other city workers being mandated to get vaccinated at the risk of being fired. Why are police continuing to get a double standard here and not being fired if they don't get vaccinated? And on top of that, I know I have not much time left, but on top of that, police are also allowed to go into buildings where vaccination is necessary. That is unacceptable, Chief Solely. I ask, are police going to be mandated to get vaccinated? And I'll finish with that. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Sam. Just on 5 minutes. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, Sam posed a couple of questions. As you know, this isn't the forum where we do that, but perhaps Chief Slowly, if you have an opportunity, you could answer that during your verbal report. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Sam. And I just thought I'd speak to one of your questions about vaccinations of COVID vaccines. And I do have an inquiry question written to ask later. So hopefully you'll be here to hear the reply to that question on vaccinations. So that'll come a little later in the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Member Johnson. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you for being here, Sam. We'll move on now. That was our last delegation. So we'll go to inquiries. And Member Johnson, I think this is your time for that inquiry.
I didn't realize that was right away. So yes, thank you. So here's my inquiry question, which follows nicely Sam's question. So would Chief Peter Slowly please update the Ottawa Police Service Board and the public on the key features of the COVID-19 vaccination and safe workplace policy circulated to the Ottawa Police Service members on October 22nd, 2021. Has the new COVID-19 policy been reviewed by Ottawa Public Health? How many of the OPS members will require vaccination to comply with mandatory vaccination policies at Ottawa facilities that OPS enters during their work shifts, including hospitals and the Ottawa airport? As a board member, I want to ensure both the OPS members and the Ottawa publicly served are protected from COVID-19 virus, and receiving 2 doses of the COVID-19 vaccine is a key part of this protection.
Thank you, Member Johnson. I'm going to ask Acting Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson to start a response on that. There's a lot in there, so
Are you ready to respond today, or did you want to provide a written response to this?
I prefer to provide a written response, and then we can provide a summary level of information to the board, and then once we get the actual inquiry, we can provide a more fulsome response. I will say that we have, from the beginning of this pandemic, been in very close consultation with Ottawa Public Health, Dr. Biretches, your team. We have been in very close consultation with all the provincial ministries. This policy, like everything else we've done since the start of the vaccine, is guided by best practices and is compliant with the regulations and directions associated to it. We've been well led throughout this by Dr. Biretches. We've also been well led throughout this pandemic by our own team. We've had less than 10 of our members contract COVID over the entire period of COVID, Only two of them, I believe, from workplace-related activities, the rest from their personal-related activities, and we're not aware of a single incident where any one of our members were involved with the transmission of the virus to a member of the public. So with that said, I will ask Trish to provide some higher-level information, and then we can provide a more detailed response at the next board meeting. Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you for the question. I think, as the Chief mentioned from the beginning, we have built a very strong foundation and put a lot of measures in place, such as decontamination units at each of our stations to help keep our members safe from, early on and the exposures when we weren't sure where, what the virus was all about. Now that we're even more knowledgeable of that, I think we've tightened up all of our measures even more so. We, as of last Friday, we were at 83% of our members were double vaccinated. And obviously we want to continue to encourage our members to get both doses of the vaccines. We have requested that our members provide us with exemptions if they do fall under that, so that we have an accurate count as to how many would fall under a medical exemption or a religious exemption for not being able to wear proper PPE and vaccination precautions that we have in place. So we're hopeful that we will get through this as safely as possible. And we are continuing to encourage and provide our members with all the information that will help them make the right decision for themselves.
Thank you. That's a really high vaccination rate. And thank you for all that information. So I look forward to more details, and the board does once they become available. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member Meehan, do you have an inquiry?
Yeah, my inquiry is, are we going to mandate vaccines for the OPS? 83%, yes, is very high, but for the 17% who aren't, they're putting their other colleagues at risk. I'm concerned about, in the communication center, there's 25 people in a room. If several officers some of the people in there are not vaccinated, they are putting their colleagues at risk. And I also understand that when people are calling for an officer to attend, they are getting asked, will the officer who is attending, is he or her vaccinated? That's important. But I think we have to be able to tell folks that the officer is vaccinated. And sometimes it's only a threat that gets those numbers up. Encouraging the officers to get the vaccine, I don't think is good enough. We'll only see everyone vaccinated if they're told that they will be suspended or, told to stay at home until they're vaccinated. So my question is, are we going to mandate vaccines?
Okay, thank you for the question. I don't know if the service is ready to answer that today, or if you want to answer that in your follow-up.
I think it's best we answer that in the follow-up, Chair. The policy is before the public, it's before the board, and it is the policy.
Okay, so if you could provide information in the follow-up, that would be good. I guess the one thing I would remind the board is that this is an operational issue and we can't direct the service. So we will look forward to hearing from them in follow-up. Anything further, Member Meehan? Okay. Any other inquiries? Seeing none, well, I just wanted to point out, because some members of the public were concerned that I had not recognized them. If you're a member of the public and you had asked to speak on a specific agenda item, you will be called during that agenda item. So it was only the people that were speaking to multiple items that went at the beginning of the meeting, but there are a number of delegations yet to come on the different board items. Okay, so we're now going to proceed through the consent agenda. And item number 1 is the chair's verbal report. I do have a short report, so we will hold this and return to it. Item number 2 is the chief's verbal report. The chief also has a report, so that will be held. Item number 3, National Capital Area Crime Stoppers semi-annual report. There is a presentation from Crime Stoppers, so we will hold that item. Item number 4, presentation from PACE, Public Affairs and Community Engagement. This item has a presentation and public delegations, so we're going to hold that and return to it. Item number 5, attendance at Ontario Association of Police Services Board's labor seminar. This is from the executive director, just appointing members Smallwood, Nerman, and our executive director, Krista Ferrero, to attend the labor seminar being held virtually on November 18th. Is this item carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Item number 6, life cycle management purchase conducted energy weapons. This item will be held. There's a brief presentation. There's also public delegations. Item number 7, Help Seeker Inc. report. This item, we have presentation and delegations. It's also being held. Item number 8, budget consultation. This item will be held. We have presentation and delegations. Item number 9, complaints report, part 5, Police Services Act, 3rd quarter 2021. There are 2 recommendations there: that we receive the report for information and accept the amendments to complaint statistics for the 1st and 2nd quarter. Are there any questions? Is this item carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Report 10, report on SIU investigation. That the Ottawa Police Services Board received this report for information. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is the item received?
Received.
Thank you. Item 11, response to inquiry 1-21-08, May 2020 racist meme outcomes in light of recent TikTok video. Are there any questions or comments? Is the item received? Received. Item 12, response to inquiry 1-21-15, road safety measures. Any questions or comments? Is the item received? Received. Item 13, response to inquiry 1-21-22, increase in workplace injury, illness, and incident report forms 2018 through 2021.
I have a follow-up question on that.
Do you want to hold it, or is it brief?
I think I'd like to hold it because I'd like a response from the service on it. So,
okay.
If you could
So
hold
the
it.
item number 13 will be held. Item 14, legal services status report 2021 3rd quarter. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, received.
Received.
Item 15, board monitoring requirement status report 3rd quarter 2021. Received.
Received.
Item 16, outstanding board inquiries and motions October 2021. Any questions or comments? Received.
Received.
Item 17, letters of commendation. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, received.
Received.
Okay, so we're now going to return to the first item of business, which is the chair's verbal report. I want to focus my comments, they're brief today, on the budget process. The board received the consultation report prepared by the service outlining the findings from the consultation efforts over the past several months. This report is but one of the inputs that the board will consider when making decisions about the 2022 budget, but it is not the only one. The board will be carrying out additional consultation between the time that the police budget is tabled on November 3rd and considered on November 22nd to fill remaining gaps in knowledge that the board identifies. As the board is responsible for the police budget, I want to take this time to reaffirm our commitment to putting forward a budget that requests no more than what is needed to provide adequate and effective policing in Ottawa. Last month, the board gave the service direction to build the 2022 budget from a starting point of 0%. Any additional money required beyond that point must be accompanied by a clear and detailed justification for why that money is needed. Providing this level of detail will enable the board to make informed decisions about the 2022 budget in combination with other inputs it receives, including consultation with members of the public. This approach is critical for enhancing public accountability and demonstrating transparency in our decision-making processes. I'd also like to take this opportunity to emphasize that the board knows that change is needed in how policing is done in the broader context of community safety and well-being. We have heard the delegates who have come to speak to us over the last year to share their experience and advocate for change. We have heard the community tell us that a police response is not always the right response. And we know that we can't police our way out of challenges we face in the city, like homelessness, addictions, and mental health issues. We also know that action is needed now. By the time police intervention is required, it is very late in the process. We need to divert resources into upstream prevention measures, and we need to seriously contemplate where shifting responsibility away from a police response to a community response will have the best outcomes in our community. So we have a lot of work to do in the weeks and months ahead. I would finally like to take this opportunity to share that after 8 years on the board of directors of the Canadian Association of Police Governance, Vice Chair Sandy Smallwood has stepped down from this position. I want to take this opportunity to thank Sandy on behalf of the Police Services Board for his many contributions to the Canadian Association of Police Governance. And I know that his contributions were very valued by CAPG. At the CAPG 32nd Annual General Meeting on September 30th, 4 new members were elected to the Board of Directors, including me. So I look forward to representing the Ottawa Police Services Board on CPAG Board of Directors going forward. And that concludes my verbal report. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, received.
Diana, I want to thank you for your comments, and I also wanted to congratulate you on your new position.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll now move on to item number 2, which is the Chief's verbal report. Chief Slowly, over to you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Chair. Congratulations on your appointment, Vice Chair Smallwood. Had a chance to see you in action in 2 different police services and the private sector. You certainly did do a wonderful job supporting CAPG, so thank you for that. I also want to start my comments by thanking a member of my executive team, paying tribute to Acting Deputy Chief Joan McKenna, who announced her retirement last week. Since March 2020, Joan has been a valuable member of my command team in the role of the Acting Deputy Chief of Investigations, Intelligence and Information Command. Throughout her 35-year career with the Ottawa Police Service, Joan has been a leader at every rank and in every role she's played. Joan has had a remarkably successful and well-respected career, spearheading complex investigations and important enterprise-wide projects, such as her work leading the Workplace Sexual Violence and Harassment Project, a joint project by the board and the service. Joan has also been a mentor and a source of inspiration to female members of the OPS, as well as to many of our up-and-coming leaders from all backgrounds. I want to personally thank Joan for bringing a positive can-do attitude, a wonderful sense of humor, and very timely advice on very critical issues. I want to thank Joan for her legacy of public service and policing in Ottawa. I wish Joan, her partner Glenn, and her 2 children the very best in this next phase of their lives. Chair Deans and Board, today literally marks the 2nd year anniversary of my tenure as Chief of Police for the Ottawa Police Service. I'm very grateful for the support that I've received from the members of the board to chair, members of the Ottawa Police Service, my senior leadership team, command team, equally and maybe most importantly from the residents of the City of Ottawa itself. I made a commitment to Chair Deans and the board, to the members of this organization, and to the community alike, that I was committed to making needed changes in the Ottawa Police Service and achieving the board's priorities of progress on equity, diversity, inclusion, advancing community policing, improving our members' health and wellness, and modernizing the work environment. We'll talk about each of those areas very briefly, and then provide some insights into the board and the members of the community around this call about what the daily life of policing is in the city. Let me start by taking a look at equity, diversity, inclusion over the last 2 years. The current command team actually consists of the most diverse and I think one of the most effective command teams we have. Acting Deputy Chief Isabel Granger has replaced Joan. Acting Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson is in a temporary assignment filling in for Jamie Dunlop. This is the most diverse and one of the most talented group of police executives in the Ottawa Police Service history. We're also preparing to welcome the board selection of Blair Dunker as our new Chief Administration Officer. Blair will officially start her duties on December 6th, after over 2 decades in the Ontario Public Service, where she became the CAO for the Secretary of Cabinet and the Office of the Premier. We're excited to have Blair join the Ottawa Police Service Command Team. Blair and her husband have just bought a house in Ottawa, and she's equally excited to play her part in advancing the Ottawa Police Service. Blair is especially excited to join the OPS, where she feels that leadership efforts, hers and the members of this team, will directly result in making a positive difference in the lives of our members and the lives of the community members that the OPS serves and protects. I want to thank and recognize Chief Administration Officer Deputy Chief Steve Bell for his ongoing stewardship of our corporate services command since May of this year. I'm blessed to lead this increasingly talented, qualified, and diverse team of leaders. The Ottawa Police Senior Leadership Team is increasingly committed to investing in and building diverse leadership, highly qualified leadership, capable leadership in all ranks and roles throughout the Ottawa Police Service. Over the last 2 years, we've recruited a new generation of highly qualified, experienced, and diverse officers who will become the future leaders of this service. In fact, since the last board meeting, Chair Deans, Vice Chair Smallwood, and Member Nerman each participated in the swearing-in ceremonies of what has been our most diverse and qualified recruit class ever. The group of recruits that we graduated was highly educated with university and college degrees. They brought a wealth of experience ranging from previous careers in volunteering and social work, the John Howard Society, the Ottawa Distress Center, mental health case workers, and youth outreach workers. That siren in the background may have included one of our recruits in that car going to an emergency response. I did not use that as a prop, just so you know. This success in hiring has been building since I took office 2 years ago. And again, I credit the people on this call from my team and the people that work for them for how it's come together. Over the last 2 years, we've increased the hiring of female members by 33%, the hiring of racialized members by 35%, the hiring of members who have college diplomas by 58%, the hiring of members who have bachelor level university degrees by 67%, and the hiring of members who join this police service having worked in volunteer or social service agencies, healthcare agencies by 76%. In the same time period, we've implemented the EDI action plan, which draws on all the recommendations of the previous decade in this service. We've created the RVI Directorate and doubled the number of dedicated staff while doubling the number of budgeted dollars that provides the Ottawa Police Services with the resources and the capacity to significantly and sustainably improve inclusion, diversity, equity, and anti-racism. We've invested in bringing in Diversity Pro, who have started an intercultural development program with our senior leadership team. All members of the senior leadership team, including all command officers and myself, have taken the assessment and are undergoing training, coaching, and mentoring by a trained IDI specialist to advance our intercultural competence. I want to thank Isabel Granger for her leadership in that, and that is a continued commitment by the very top of this organization to demonstrate and role model what the change needs to look like. We've introduced anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism. We've introduced active bystander training through the SPARK program. And as the board knows, we've teamed with you and partnered with you to start the work on workplace sexual violence and harassment. The final report will be before the board at the December meeting, and that includes all the recommendations from the Ruben Tomlinson report as well. In terms of advancing community policing, we've implemented a full neighborhood policing model here in the Ottawa Police Service. Neighborhood policing creates an opportunity to co-produce public safety solutions with our partner agencies at the strategic, operational, and tactical level, at the neighborhood level where it matters most. This is a core change to the Ottawa Police Service operating model. It is designed to ensure we can fulfill our legislative requirements to support the City of Ottawa's Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. It is designed to move resources from downstream reaction and enforcement to upstream prevention and partnership. Our neighborhood resource teams have been the highlight of that neighborhood policing model, but they're not the only aspect of it. We've expanded our neighborhood teams from urban centers to suburban and rural. We actually now have 13% of our Ottawa Police sworn officers who have been redeployed and are assigned to duties that focus primarily on crime prevention and community partnerships to improve community safety and well-being for all aspects and all residents of this city. That is one of the highest, if not the highest, percentage of prevention and partnership-focused redeployments in all of Canadian policing. In addition, we've significantly improved our ability for what our community partners want from us, to actually work with the Ottawa Police Service. And in many of our new improvements, they're actually working in the Ottawa Police Service. For instance, the Mental Health Council that Deputy Chief Steve Bell helped to curate and led the development of the mental health strategy. Diane Deans, thank you, Chair, for actually your intervention to be able to get that Mental Health Council now situated directly within the city under the leadership of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, still supported by the efforts of the Ottawa Police Service, but it has never been led by the Ottawa Police Service. I want to make that clear from an earlier delegation. In regards to our VAW partnerships, we actually worked with the VAW community where they identified subject matter experts to work inside the Ottawa Police Service directly with our sexual assault crimes officers, our partner assault officers, and our human trafficking officers, looking at their cases, looking at the victims, assessing whether or not there's sufficient supports for those victims, sufficient interventions for the families and the people involved in these areas. And this is a very new way of working directly with community. Instead of out in community, the community is inside our organization, actually working on some of the most sensitive and high profile cases. That is a new model that we want to expand to all investigative areas of the organization. And last but not least, the Community Equity Council. Again, kudos to Deputy Chief Bell for overhauling that approach to community consultation. Our Community Equity Council is now directly involved in helping us to hire members of our organization and helping us to actually address policies that relate to equity, diversity, and inclusion. They're helping to design and deliver many of our training programs that I referenced earlier on. That is truly a co-produced model and one where we're grateful for the time and the intense volunteerism from the members of the Community Equity Council. In terms of modernizing the Ottawa Police Service Chair and Board, over the last year in 2020, we reorganized over 65% of the Ottawa Police Service. We created the new RVI Directorate to advance EDI. We created the new Neighborhood Policing and Community Safety Wellbeing Directorates to make sure that we could actually have the capacity to look at referring demand away from the service to other service providers, and wherever possible, integrating our operations with the community in ways never seen or done before in this police service and many other police services. I'll finally touch on member health and wellness. We've heard the concerns of our own members about the demands of this job. It is a very dynamic, demanding, and dangerous career for civilian and sworn members. We've significantly increased the resources through your supports, Chair and Board, to our members by over $2 million over the last 2 years to provide them with greater personal and collective resilience, particularly over the demanding period of COVID. We've established supports to ensure, including additional staff to assist members who are away from work to return more healthy and more able to make invaluable contributions over the course of their career. The budget's been touched on a number of times, Chair, and I'll just add my comments to yours. You will hear from Executive Director John Steinbecks about the results of the community consultation in a presentation that will follow. I want to thank everyone who contributed to this work and who came out to tell us in one way or the other, not just through the survey, but through many other aspects of the consultation, about how we need to be able to improve policing. Yes, in some cases, how we can reduce policing, but definitely how we can improve policing. The feedback in these reports is already being used to guide our decisions on the budget and the services that we will use to address the community's needs going forward. Our final 2022 budget submission will be made on November 3rd to the board. Right up until then, the service will continue to make sure we support the board in all of its efforts and we follow all the board's directions in regards to this matter. Chair and Board, I'm going to follow up now or finish up with 2 emails that relate to each other. I'll read them as they were written to me, and this came in literally at the end of last week. We've heard a lot of comments by various members of the public, various delegations, even comments by board members wondering whether or not the demands on the service are actually taxing in any way and material in terms of what we're asking for in terms of resources and support. So here's his Chief, the unseen and the unheard. Despite one of those rare occasions that I did not have an earpiece in, meaning a earpiece for a police walkie-talkie, I was in the privileged position of sitting in the Huntmar police station near a radio bank for several hours yesterday afternoon on F Platoon, West Division. And some of the other units, when I heard from the other units, one of the craziest surge of calls that I've seen in the past year. On top of a highly dramatic call that they were dealing with, they were involved in a response to a very tragic motor vehicle accident. Not one, but two people attempting to commit suicide in different parts of the city by attempting to jump off of bridges. In both cases, the responding officers physically pulled these people in crisis away from plunging to their death. There was also a police response to a highly volatile crowd confronting a hateful protester downtown, amongst a host of other priority calls to the police from the community. Our people on the front line are busy all the time now. I find that shifts like this, from the radio chatter you can hear, this challenges our most resilient dispatchers, our most resilient police officers, and our commanders. One of the first things I heard when I entered the station was that Staff Sergeant McGilvery was in the middle of all of this. It's Brenda McGilvery, was in the middle of all of this. Not only in the middle of this, but taking direct incident command of a deceased two-year-old child that our members had been called to that very morning, while remaining completely engaged on air with dispatch and other officers responding to the series of mental health crises and emergency crimes and progress calls. It should be of no surprise to anyone on this distribution list that Brenda is one of the key founders of our operational leadership course. She embodies everything we try to indoctrinate into our people on that course about leadership and service to the community. Brenda will be the first person to say this message is not all about her. It is about the men and women operating the phones and the radios in the midst of this chaos upstairs, and of course, the women and men operating those police cars just out of routine, pulling people back from the edge of death, dusting themselves off to go and help the next human being in crisis. Respectfully, Pete Daniluk, Cadre number 1293, Service Sergeant Major. The following email is from Staff Sergeant Brenda McGilvery, the subject of the previous email. Thanks, Pete, for the phone call and the follow-up. Very appreciated that you took the time. Executive team, this was an explosive day. Inspector Harper was at a barricade call with tactical when two separate suicidal jumpers were ongoing. While I was en route to the Maitland Bridge attempt suicide, I was rerouted to the baby sudden death. I was barely able to monitor the other attempt suicide call, vaguely aware that it had moved to Hogsback Ridge and had picked up steam again. In the meantime, our youth neighborhood resource teams were at the anti-trans protester, which was developing with significantly increased numbers of people confronting the protester. A very dangerous circumstance was developing. There were several other sudden deaths, 3 I believe, including a hanging and a missing person call. I didn't even know about the serious motor vehicle collision you mentioned. I know I missed a few. I was trying to get our supervisors at each scene, but there were just simply too many calls. I canceled parade for the officers and just had the officers hit the road so some of them could get out there an hour before their shift started just to deal with the demand. I was hopeful once summer ended, things would slow down, but this is not the case. Frontline resources are at critical low levels, and days like this are becoming all the more common. I have to say these officers and dispatchers have done some amazing work, and under intense pressure, I repeatedly thank them for continuing to show up and execute like they do. I'll be putting in commendations for the officers who made the swift and decisive decisions to rescue those who were attempting to commit suicide and save their lives. Thanks for your support, Brenda. Chair and board, in conclusion, over the remaining 3 years of my tenure as Chief of Police of the Ottawa Police Service, I need your continued support. My team needs your continued support, and so do I, to make the needed changes in the Ottawa Police Service while also achieving the board's priorities. We must also never forget the daily sacrifices of the men and women of this great service and how they try to meet the real policing needs of the residents of this great city. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Chief Slowly. There is a question, Member Smallwood.
Thanks very much, Chair. Chief, I wanted to start by congratulating you. I didn't realize today was your 2nd anniversary. It probably seems more like 10 years than 2. I don't think any of us could have believed it would have been so challenging. You've gone through so much in the last 2 years. It's been truly amazing. And I really do appreciate that you've soldiered through on it. I think the chair has said many times, we look to you to be an agent of change. And as disruptive as that has been, I think you've remained true to that. And although I know there are many people in the community who feels that there either hasn't been change or the change isn't happening quickly enough, I think we realize that this was 100 years in the making, and it would be unrealistic to expect that we're suddenly going to see change and have smiles on people's faces after only 2 years. So I really do want to express my appreciation. I know I've worked with you since the beginning, and I think you have not disappointed us in terms of looking to you for change, and we really appreciate that. And I think we also appreciate that it wasn't going to be easy, and although I don't think any of us thought it would be as challenging as it has been. Looking forward to the future, one of the things that I've noted repeatedly, and I almost hesitate to bring this up because it's sort of launching into something that would be even more, I think, big change, but nonetheless, I'll toss it out. I've heard repeatedly, the chair has repeatedly said about the need for change, core change. You've mentioned it repeatedly, and there's been a conversation about changing the police culture. And I just wondered if ever you have considered, if there ever has been any consideration of transitioning the model, the current military model of policing we have, to a more community-based model, more like what other first responders have. And I'm not necessarily asking you to answer that now, but it is something I just wonder about in terms of our sort of our core change and that change in direction, and just the way the whole model of community safety and well-being is changing. And I wonder if part of that core change, that's one of the things that we should be discussing. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smallwood, absolutely. That's entirely what we've been doing over the last 2 years, and what we'll continue to do over the next 3 years, is adopting the community safety well-being legislation, unique, I believe, in all the world here in Ontario. I think we haven't done enough yet as a service, and I don't think we've done enough as a city. And I require and continue to engage the support of yourself, Chair Deans, the full board, the 3 councillors on this board, to convince the city to invest even more, and even more demand that this service reorganize itself, modernize itself to do just that. All of our efforts over the last 2 years, from the equity, diversity, inclusion, the culture and organizational change, and the change of our operating model from a reactive to a preventive one, is entirely designed to change the nature of policing and police service delivery, and to nest it within a larger community context, one that is focused less on policing outcomes and entirely on community safety and well-being outcomes. So couldn't be more in agreement with what you said. It is difficult to do so. It's changing 100 years worth of structure and culture and people's expectations from the public side into something that is very different. And that is going to take a lot of work and a lot of partnership. People need to be willing to come to the table. They need to be willing to bring us to the table in order to make that happen. So I'm grateful for all the support that you and the board have provided so far. And as I said in my closing comments, I'm going to need a lot more of it over the next 3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Smallwood. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you, Chief, for your brevity. We do have a very heavy agenda tonight, so we appreciate it. And congratulations on your first 2 years. I think Member Smallwood said it very well, but on behalf of the entire board, thank you. Congratulations on 2 years, and we look forward to great things in the next 3 years ahead. So received on the Chief's verbal report. Received. Thank you. Moving then to item number 3, National Capital Area Crime Stoppers Semi-Annual Report. So I think Mr. McMullen is going to be joining us for this presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chair. I've submitted our semi-annual report. Again, it's a pleasure to be here and support this partnership that's been ongoing for some 36 years, which is quite substantial when you talk about, community and policing partnerships. embedding within that service, I think is quite unique. Certainly from our perspective, it's welcome. And we appreciate and acknowledge the fact that the police service contributes to our success by providing us with a coordinator. And we understand there's budget constraints, and I certainly understand the challenge. And you know, I've heard the community, and I've heard taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer, but I can tell you that the value for money, at least in my position here, is quite significant. So our board, as you know, is run by volunteers. We've slowly begun the process to host in-person meetings. In fact, this Thursday, we're hosting our 36th annual AGM and board meeting. The board has received several new participants that are candidates for board and volunteer positions, and this is quite good considering the challenges of COVID-19 and not being able to meet in person. The success of Crime Stoppers, you know, is really identified by the statistics that we're able to produce and share, and that's from deep trust with the community, trusting us with their vital information that helps our law enforcement partners provide a host of crime prevention and safer community outcomes for everyone. So just in the first 9 months of this year, anonymous tips have helped with 8 arrests, 8 criminal cases being cleared, some 27 criminal charges, recovering $2,500 in stolen property, seizing almost $2,000 in illegal narcotics, 3 recovered illegal firearms, and all of this with cash rewards approved of just over $5,000. So it's been a busy year. We've taken just over 4,000 anonymous tips in the first 9 months, and we are truly appreciative of the public's trust in us and our program for supporting us and providing us with their information. And we understand it's challenging sometimes to come forward in that environment with information that can help solve and resolve and sometimes prevent crime. And it's really a testament to that trust that the community has with us and the partnership we have with our police partners. We've also slowly been able to return to community outreach activities where we're seeing an in-person and direct connection. We attended a rural community, the Metcalfe Fair. We were invited to participate with an information table and tent and did that. And it was quite beneficial to see the rural community embrace the notion of Crime Stoppers and community safety as we shared information on the program and how the program works. You know, the program, we're a not-for-profit, as everyone knows. The program requires the community support in order to maintain our effectiveness. And we were fortunate to be able to host one of our major fundraising events, our golf tournament, in early September of this year, and have over 100 participants help us raise just over $18,000 in profit. That direct money, as you know, isn't going to fund bricks and mortar or any other sort of administrative costs. More simply, it goes to support the direct action of our tip reward program, keeps our phone lines and operating systems going, helps fund our insurance requirements and other elements to the program. But again, we couldn't do that without the community support. We couldn't host the program without our police partnership that we've enjoyed for 36 years. And we understand that that takes financial commitment from the police service and the police board, and we appreciate you guys providing us that level of support through our coordinator position. The piece I'll close with is just, you know, my own sort of personal thought on the budget process. You know, I'm somewhat biased here. I believe that the police service needs to be strong and healthy. I also recognize that, this in the real world of labor relations and HR relations and costs of fuel and other, real world costs that police service have to be funded. And it has to be funded by folks like us, the taxpayer. And so I support that. But I also recognize that there's opportunities and sometimes a need for change. The way that the delivery model is expressed to the community, I think is crucial. So that's my report. I'd be happy to take any questions or comments that anyone has.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Muller, for being here tonight and for your comprehensive presentation and for the good work that Crime Stoppers does in our community. Chief Slowly has a comment.
Okay, Chair, thank you. Just briefly, Richard, thank you very much. It is a 36-year partnership. It is one of the first, if not the first example of how the community could literally come and work inside of the police service on some of the most important investigations that we do. On 2 occasions since I've been chief of police, I had the mothers of slain homicide victims come to see me. It included the spouses and partners and siblings of those deceased. And in both occasions, they asked for a greater level of support from Crime Stoppers. And when we then asked Crime Stoppers, you stepped up and did that. For us as a police service, more importantly, for the mothers of those slain homicide victims looking to get closure to the successful investigation and prosecution of those cases. Those are just 2 of many, many examples of where Crime Stoppers have been an invaluable community partner to the Ottawa Police Service and helped to improve safety in this city. So thank you again, Richard, for your ongoing support.
Thank you, Chief, for that feedback. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And seeing no further hands up, thank you again, Mr. McMillan, for being here tonight. We appreciate it. And thank you for the work that you do. Received on the report? Received. Thank you. Our next item is PACE Public Affairs and Community Engagement. This evening, we have Greg Jodoin and Don Lenahan joining us from PACE Public Affairs and Community Engagement. Over the last few months, they've been meeting with various leaders in the community to gather input on a future community engagement strategy for the board. They have since presented the board with a draft report detailing their findings and recommendations. So Greg and Don, welcome. I will turn things over to you for a brief presentation on the report, and this will be followed by our public delegations and then board member questions. So Greg and Don, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can everybody see my presentation? What's up? Excellent. So thank you for your time today. So I'm going to try to do a brief presentation on our report, starting with a brief description of our mandate. We'll go through a bit of the process we went through, but I really want to focus on the findings of our research and our recommendations, and then we'll open it up for questions. So our mandate, we were asked by the board to propose a new model of engagement, one that would allow the board to discuss with the community on very complex, sometimes emotionally charged or value-based issues. So that's what our report does. It provides the board with a roadmap to strengthen relationships and rebuild trust with the community. As a starting point, we know that the board has acknowledged in the past that trust and relationships are at the lowest with racialized communities. So our report really focuses on research around how to improve engagement with racialized communities with a view to making proposing a better process for all residents in Ottawa. And I want to be very clear that our mandate was not to deal with any of the issues that are before the board. I don't think we're the consultants that are suited for that. We are process experts, and so this report is all about proposing a process for the board. But we believe that that space that we're proposing, or that process that we're proposing, is what's required for the board and the community to be able to advance on complex issues. Very briefly on our process, we're not quite done yet. So we've completed 26 interviews with community leaders, either from racialized communities, organizations that represent the ethno-cultural community in Ottawa, or with service agencies whose clientele tend to be from racialized populations. We've drafted our report. It's in draft form and it's been published on the board's website. And we are now seeking public comment on that draft report. So going from our targeted qualitative interviews and trying to get broader public input into the report. I believe comments will be up for the next, up until November 3, I believe. So the report can be seen on the website and comments can be sent to me by email. And then we'll be taking all of the comments we received from the community, finalizing the report and tabling it to the board for its consideration. All of this will be made public. So, one of the problem statements, or one of the the recurring themes that we heard throughout our interviews is the board's mandate is to be a spokesperson for community interests. As a governance body, you give direction to OPS. That requires you to have a good understanding of the community and the community's desires around policing. Some of our interviewees also noted that required more independence from the service. Currently, the board, again separating this from the consultations that the service does, the board's main method of engaging with the community is through its monthly meetings or through its committee meetings. And as we've heard earlier through the delegations, and also in what we heard even from the board tonight, is that the structure of these meetings and the rules don't allow for a meaningful exchange on complex issues. So we understand the 5-minute delegation process. The board may or may not have questions, but that's pretty much the level of the exchange. So what we heard from our interviews, and what we believe as well from our own practice, is that space is needed to advance complex emotionally charged issues. There needs to be some type of an engagement process that goes beyond the board meetings that allows for this type of a discussion to happen. And that process needs to be open, inclusive, fair, welcoming, and safe for racialized communities, but also for all residents in Ottawa. We heard this very loud and clear from our interviewers, and we also believe it, that there's no perfect approach. There's no magical solution here to rebuilding relationships and trust. It's a long-term process. We're proposing a number of steps that I think can put you in the right direction, but it's not like you can have one activity with the public tomorrow or with the community and correct things. So a fundamental question here is, why does the board need a better process of engagement? If the board's mandate is to be a spokesperson for community interests, one thing we've heard in our interviews, I think that it was raised as part of the chief's report and some follow-up questions. There is a paradigm shift that's happening in many policing jurisdictions, where in those jurisdictions, police services are moving from a police force to a police service. And to get that right, that boils down to a basic question. If policing is a community service, how does the community want to be served by its police? If the board is to provide direction to the OPS on that question, it needs to have the pulse of the community. It needs to be able to answer very legitimately how the community wants to be served by police. That question, for it to be answered, requires a robust capacity for community engagement, something the board acknowledges it currently does not have. Only through such a robust process then can we believe that the board can provide legitimate, confident direction to the OPS anchored in community input. Based on our interviews and based on our own engagement practice, we've come up with 3 recommendations to the board. The first, I think, is very basic. The board should adopt meaningful principles of engagement. There's no, these exist in a lot of organizations. There's no need necessarily to reinvent the wheel on what these principles are. The city of Ottawa, for example, has a strategy on public consultation. They have a number of basic principles. So that would be the first step, is that at least having a recognition and a commitment to principles of meaningful engagement. And then our second recommendation is the board adopt a 2-streamed approach for engagement. So the process of engagement needs to fit the issue and circumstances. Currently, you only have the consultation stream mostly taking place at the board meeting. We believe that's still a legitimate form of engagement, but your board meetings really should be about making the board aware of the public and the community's views on an issue. And as we've acknowledged, the structure of these meetings don't allow for a deeper dive on complex issues, but the meetings themselves are purposeful and they should serve as a consultation stream. We're also proposing a new stream, which is what we're calling the public deliberation stream, and that is to create a safe and productive space to be able to have a deep dive discussion with members of the community on issues that are emotionally charged, that are complex, that are values based, and that deliberation stream has different rules of engagement than the consultation stream. Now, the third recommendation is because we understand, and we've been told by members of the board that we recognize that moving to deliberation requires a number of resources that the board may not have. We recognize that it's a volunteer board. There has to be some mechanism for these discussions to take place. We've recommended that the board create what we're calling the deliberative roundtable. The name can be changed, it's the name that we're using in our report. And this deliberative roundtable would be made up of members of the board. It would be co-chaired by a member of the board, but it would be made up mostly of members of the community. And that roundtable would have the mandate of leading the deliberation and doing engagement with the community on these complex issues, and also having the dialogue with the board. So it essentially creates a 3-way dialogue with the deliberative roundtable as the bridge between the community and the board. We're very cognizant that some people we spoke to, they were concerned that this was just about creating another committee, another working group, a kind of throwing it to someone, throwing the problem to someone else, and an abdication of the board's responsibility. We have included in our report a number of measures to ensure that the board is accountable to the deliberative roundtable. We believe that there's a way for this group to work and the board to be accountable to it. So I'm just going to move to the last slide here. It just speaks to some of the things that we're recommending to create that board accountability to the deliberative roundtable. I'll just speak to a couple of them. The first is that it would be co-chaired by a member of the board, so that ensures a direct link. The deliberative roundtable would be submitting reports to the board on all of their deliberative processes, and the board would be compelled to respond publicly to those reports within 90 days. And also, we believe that the board should be enshrining its commitment to deliberation and to the deliberative roundtable in various governance documents, for example, in future strategic plans, and so on, in certain policies. So with that, I'd like to open up to discussion.
Thank you very much, Greg, for your presentation. There are a number of delegations. We're going to hear from them first, and then we will open the floor to the board members. So we'll start with Jack Belmar. Okay, I don't think Jack's on the call, so we'll go to Mandy P.
Can you hear me?
We can, Mandy. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks, Chair Deans. So I work in the mental health field and I specialize in trauma, specifically working with Black and racialized young people. And I want to say I respectfully, strongly disagree with the previous delegation in support of youth and police safe spaces. A lot of my work is centered through the voices of the community. And when I refer to the voice of the community, I'm speaking specifically about the communities that are most impacted by policing, the communities that are most often hard to reach, the communities that this board and this police have been attempting to build trust for years. Now I'm here because I've been in the middle of police and community relations, so I've done this dance before. In 2017, the Ottawa Police Outreach Team released a 142-page report after spending 6 months doing community engagement with the goal of creating meaningful dialogue to rebuild the community's trust and confidence. And that report was very clear. There was mistrust, there was fear, and there was zero confidence in the Ottawa Police. There was 183 detailed recommendations made by the community. So, how many of those recommendations were actually implemented today? And here we are in 2021, and we're still having the same conversations about strained relationships and meaningful dialogues. And, the community is past that. Now we're at a point where we're asking you to rethink why we continue to hand over social issues to the police. We've hired consultants to retell us what we already know. And looking at the PACE report, it's not even reflective of what was being said in November 2020. Who was even interviewed? Who are these community members? And it seems that we have this handful of ghost community members that do not represent our communities, that continuously speak for our communities. And it's very clear that the board has full power in monitoring who sits at this table and what gets to be said. So, it was done here today. We have a section of letters of commendations for the police to pat themselves on the back, but the delegates are tone policed on their language. We are being recommended that we need to change the narrative and stay away from labels like Black, white, and racialized, that these are not positive labels and that youth are disempowered by seeing themselves as racialized. How tone deaf and out of touch is this? This is how we attempt to erase the experiences of young Black, Indigenous, and racialized young people by telling them that their identities are not positive. That's not safe. This does raise red flags of whether this consult was legitimate, because we're talking about a long history of negative interactions with the police that have given valid reasons for the public to avoid any contact with the police. We have a generation of young Black and racialized men who avoid police contact, who refuse to speak to the police even when they're injured or victims and survivors of violence. We talk about street violence and this obsession with this war on gangs, which for the record is the war on youth. And we talk about our own roles in, creating conditions of violence. We don't talk about the increase of why young men resort to protecting themselves when they feel unsafe. This is a condition that was created because it's more of an acceptable alternative than to go to police for safety. And part of the misunderstanding is that we assume that reimagining police as these compassionate community workers that offer community services eventually will reduce the harms of policing as a militarized institution. The police are designed to be violence workers, not violence disruptors. Their only resources are charges, arrests, guns, and violence. And this is what separates a force from a community service. So how do we want to be served without violence and without police? So the only meaningful dialogue we want to have as a community is to question the roles, question what they do, how they do it, what tools they have to do it, and how their roles have been benefiting our communities, and how we can rely less on them. The police budget has been increasing over the years, and we have nothing to show for it. And we try so hard to minimize the concerns to just issues between the police and the community, as if what happens on the inside is not a reflection of what happens in the community. Your own OPS members don't even trust their service. How many OPS members are on sick leave right now because of a toxic work environment? How many racialized officers have resigned and continue to resign? You, the board, are a witness to this. And, there's an active war on the inside, and it's bleeding into our streets, and it has always bled into our communities. And recruiting Chief Slowly for his progressiveness was yet another reformist strategy that was set up for failure because he inherited this mess. There is no chief that can eradicate the toxic nature of this culture. You're either a chief that gladly upholds what the system was designed to do because it aligns with your values, or you're a chief that has their hand forced by the internal ranks to uphold what the system was designed to do. There is no winning here. And I want to end by saying that, we are tired of meaningful discussions that leave us with no meaningful action. The proposed process is more fixated on our feelings rather than accountability and action. The proposed model is borrowing from the Ottawa Police's own Community Equity Council model. And how effective has that been? Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now when it's replicating exactly what Compact was critiqued and dismantled for being out of touch and not having the resources and tools to build relations and community trust. So we need to really take a real pulse here. My only recommendation is that there seems to be a plan to create yet another table of community members. And I want the board to be very mindful that anything that moves away from the community voices that are most impacted by the police will just be another table with no legitimacy. So it's important that we don't selectively handpick community nominations that are going to push the police narrative, because the truth is eventually we will get to the point where a police force that has no legitimacy becomes useless in the eyes of the public, which is no different than having no police force at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. There is a question, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mandy, for your perspective and all the information you shared this evening. And I think PACE has an opportunity for you to give feedback on this, although you've given it tonight. So maybe that should just be taken as your feedback. My understanding is there's 26 groups who have been, including community services, that have been consulted on this. And I guess my question is, would any of those 26 groups perhaps be sharing your perspectives? So just to make sure that the process is inclusive and that your perspective, which we hear from other delegates at this meeting, is also shared. I guess I want to remain hopeful, and perhaps that's my nature, that if we have this deliberative roundtable and if the members are voted on by the community, and there's a safe space to have these difficult discussions that don't have right and wrong answers, and maybe are, as PACE worded, just advancing a little bit in some direction, I'm going to remain hopeful that if we go ahead with this, that it will be an opportunity. So, and thank you again for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Seeing no one else, thank you, Mandy, for being here this evening and for your presentation. We will now hear from Susan R.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me. My name is Susan Regeb, and I work with racialized communities as well as newcomer Arab communities. I'm speaking in particular on behalf of newcomers who have had negative experiences with police and don't fully comprehend why, especially the newcomer youths in schools, because many families are afraid to speak up or advocate for themselves or loved ones. And when it comes to interactions with the police, therefore, I'm speaking on the newcomer communities. I have had many youth and families share their sentiments towards the police with me, not wanting to resort to them even when they need support, be it for mental health, family intervention, assault, etc. I would like to address that this PACE consultation report, I feel, is just another method or strategy to persuade communities that the police are providing community service, when in reality, in application, that is not the case. See, the fundamental issue is that racialized communities fear the police, especially racialized male youth, and thus it is difficult to engage and have discussions with the police without being skeptical that agreements and strategies will in fact be carried through. I also don't agree with the previous delegate, Greg, that there is no magic pill. There are solutions, but they are not being carried through. There is still judgment and there is still emotionally reactive behavior from police towards racialized individuals. The police can start with change in those areas. So for example, SROs, I'm going to bring up the topic of SROs in schools as I work in schools. SROs have been removed from schools, but in reality, they are still very much present in school settings because they're still in the area close by or parked in the plazas nearby. SROs are still being called on students, and schools still refer to them as SROs, which means schools still have the police officers assigned to them. I disagree with the delegate that supports youth and police spaces with having youth and police spaces, as many youth have had negative and traumatic experiences with the police, especially if they are newcomers and have been traumatized, tortured by authoritative figures in their home countries, such as police, soldiers, etc. So hence, that is why trust is very difficult to build with racialized communities when agreements that are documented or made in meetings are not carried through. So there was a case recently where the cops were called on a student who was a minor because of an accusation made towards him by another student. His parents were not informed that the cops were called on him either, and the cops were speaking to this minor without the presence of his parents, who was being questioned and intimidated by a cop, quote unquote, SRO, to confess. So even though there wasn't any proof or investigation done or any charges pressed against him. So this has been a common practice, especially for racialized male youth. There have been many cases such as this one since the agreement to remove SROs has been made. Therefore, it is because incidents such as these continue to happen, racialized communities feel that the police are not really making changes, regardless of what was agreed upon in the meetings or strategies put forth in documents. A solution to such matters, such as the incident that I mentioned, could be that the police not get involved when a call is made to them by a school in regards to an accusation by one student towards another, unless the person who made the accusation calls the police themselves. This is one way of providing a service for the community. Police should be mindful of the trauma and negative impact this creates on the student accused and their family when they are involved, especially when there is a possibility that it could be a false accusation. So in such situations such as this, police have a responsibility to ask the school to inform the person making the accusation that they call the police themselves. This is one strategy to help build trust, especially when accusations are being made against male racialized youth, as they are almost always a target. So words on a document and agreements made in meetings will not suffice if implementation is not being practiced on the ground. The police need to clearly understand and be mindful that they are not regarded as guardians to protect individuals or providing a service. That sentiment no longer exists within racialized communities, and instead it has been replaced by fear and resentment. And this fear is what is causing barriers in engaging and having meaningful discussions with the police and believing that change can happen, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Just a reminder to everyone that the topic that we're on right now is the Public Affairs and Community Engagement Strategy. So I gave Susan a bit of a wide berth, but this is really about our engagement strategy going forward. So just want to sort of keep us on focused. Are there any questions for Susan or comments? Saying none, thank you, Susan, for your participation. That ends the public delegations on this item. There was a public delegation. I don't know, Greg and Dawn, if you were on the call at the start of the meeting, but there was a public delegation in the general delegation portion that was asking about the metrics that would be used to measure the success of the recommendations that you're making here. I wondered if you could discuss that.
I'd certainly be pleased to make a couple of comments on it, and perhaps Greg would like to as well. I thought it was an excellent question, by the way, and I will try to cut to the chase on what's a complex issue, but I do want to draw a very basic distinction that Greg has already drawn, and I think that runs its way through everything we're doing when we talk about this two-streamed approach. We need to be really clear on the difference between consultation and deliberation. And consultation really is, it's a traditional method. I'm sure I'm not saying what everybody doesn't already know, but it's important to say it. Consultation is when decision makers listen to the public, then retreat and debate among themselves about how they think they need to respond. And the public's voice is there to inform them. That's a perfectly useful tool for lots of problems. The whole point of deliberation is when we recognize that issues become so entangled And so there are underlying value conflicts where the deliberation that happens by decision makers behind closed doors is not enough to solve the problem. People will continue to wonder, how did you arrive at that decision? And they need to be a part of that discussion to give it legitimacy. So let me go back to the question of metrics. What I do want to say is this, is that the thing that deliberation does is it introduces a new way of thinking about what it is we're trying to measure. On the one hand, we will have a process that aims at solving a particular problem. Maybe it's systemic racism or some other issue. And we can set, in a very traditional way, we can ask ourselves, are there ways to measure how effectively the results of this process, the policy or the decision or the action or the solution, achieves the goal? This is something we're all familiar with, and we probably don't need to say a lot about. But I thought what's really important in Laura Shantz's question is that what deliberation does is it creates a second set of metrics. It creates a situation in which the community and the decision makers are coming together to work together through a process to arrive at a different kind of decision. And that process itself generates another outcome, ideally. The outcome it generates is trust, is you have to have inclusiveness and accountability and transparency and a number of conditions underlying that process in order to get the solution that everybody's going to accept. And you can measure the solution independently, but you can also, there are measures by which you can begin to assess how effectively are we building trust within the community through the process itself. And as the process gets better, we can begin to articulate where the problems lie and what we need to do to adjust the process to strengthen the relationships of the people involved in that trust building exercise. So if we want a relationship building exercise, we need to create an environment where genuine conversation takes place and trade-offs, and we can begin to track that between people and see how well the process itself is contributing to the solutions and then the solutions to the outcomes. So let me just summarize that by saying there's two sets of measures here, folks. There's the outcomes we're trying to achieve in terms of the actions, and then there's the trust and the elements of that are built through the process, and we can track both.
Am I the only one who can't hear Diane?
No, I am. There is
I'm
no
trying
voice.
to pass the floor to Member King, and he was I muted too?
I think you were muted.
Oh, I was asking them to unmute you. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just had I guess, one question and then maybe a follow-on. But I was just curious if there are any other examples of public boards or agencies that have this dual stream approach that you're aware of. So as you have noted, we are a public consultative body. We are making decisions in the public interest, but we're taking input, but we're making those decisions. And obviously what you're suggesting is the creation of a deliberative roundtable where there would be an approach to decision making which involves residents or citizens directly, based on relevant facts and different points of view, and having more of a more in-depth type of dialogue and conversation. So I'm just curious if this model exists anywhere else, or if we are really undertaking kind of whether this is a very innovative undertaking.
Greg, I can speak that, but would you like to, or I do have examples.
Go ahead, and I'll add if.
I'll just give you. I will give you two very quick examples of processes that I've done in the past, and it's been some time, but as far as I know, the bodies are still in place. I think about 8 years ago, I did a process, an 18-month process in the territory of Nunavut, an engagement process on poverty reduction. And in that process, we used a very similar model. The idea was, can you create a relatively permanent deliberative body within the community that manages the relationship between in this case, I think whether it was 26 communities, I think in Nunavut, and the government. And it becomes essentially that sort of go-between where you have a three-way dialogue going on, in this case, on the substance of poverty reduction and the development of government programs and their delivery and their impact on the community. And the short answer was yes, we set up that model. And the last time I was up there, which was I think about 3 years ago, it was still in effect and working rather well. They've done a lot of evolution with it. A second example was I did work with the New Brunswick government, I think about 10 years ago, also on poverty reduction. They set up a not-for-profit corporation to essentially to institutionalize a very similar model. So there is a permanent Crown corporation there that's now responsible for poverty reduction, and which essentially performs this kind of mediating deliberative function between the community on the one hand and the government on the other. And I think there are, I'm sure, other examples out there.
I think, Councillor King, if I can add to that, I think that there is innovation here in that it's being recommended for a board. I think, the board structure, typically a board structure doesn't allow for in-depth engagement on issues. I think, traditionally, this board, for example, has had to rely on the service for a lot of its engagement. And I think that's not unusual in a lot of other organizations. So this is an innovative approach to it. I think, ideally, the board would have the time and the resources to do its own deliberation. And we're only, frankly, recommending recommendation number 3 to create the roundtable because we understand that is likely not to happen. So the community would always be involved in that discussion, whether you were leading it or it was through this co-chaired body, this deliberative roundtable. But this is kind of the solution that we're proposing to you because of your lack of resources to be able to run it by yourself.
Well, I appreciate the input there. I also consider this an innovative suggestion to the board. When we heard examples about Compact or even the CEC, we have to keep in mind that those are advisory bodies to the Ottawa Police Service, not the Ottawa Police Services Board. And as a result, I'm not aware that we've ever undertaken a scenario where we really engage in that three-pronged process of engaging residents directly about specific issues, considering them in depth, and then working to reach an informed, considered, collective approach. And I think that is something that's new and ultimately should be pursued. So thank you for the presentation. I do see benefits in taking this type of approach. I think it is different, and it would allow for voices really to consider very complex issues within a broader context that goes beyond a 5-minute delegation. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Member King. Member Nerman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I have just a brief comment. For instance, you have given these recommendations, and hypothetically, in your opinion or in your experience, if we all work towards that, in how soon it can be implemented, or what is the reasonable time, subject to the deliberation within the board, budgetary constraints and other things, what will be your recommendation or your assumption of the timelines?
Thank you. This is something that Don and I have been thinking about quite a bit. Obviously, it's not something you establish tomorrow. I think that there's a lot of work that has to be done around the governance structure. But it was our thought that to get the process going, you may want to consider establishing some type of a task force that would have, for example, 2 to 3 community champions that would help you develop the terms of reference and the governance structure for the deliberative roundtable. So you'd have community input there. I would imagine that process might take a month or 2 to set up and start working on those documents. we are recommending in our report that that the members of the deliberative roundtable would be nominated by the community and appointed by the board. So that process itself could take another month or two. On that nomination aspect, by the way, we would point to you to work that the Anti-Racism Secretariat has done in July. They have a community advisory panel. I believe that's the term that they're using for it. That's made up of community members, and I did see on the City of Ottawa's site that there was a public, Councillor King obviously would know much more about this, but there was a public call out for nominations for that advisory panel, and I think that's a model that you may want to look at. So I think you would probably be looking, at having a first meeting of this deliberative roundtable, possibly within 3 to 4 months. And we think that first meeting would involve a lot of governance discussions within the deliberative roundtable about, first of all, accepting the terms of reference, accepting how they want to work together, being onboarded, for example, and what deliberation is, the commitments by the board, all those things that have to be discussed with the new deliberative roundtable before it sets out its first process. I hope that answers your question.
No, yeah, thank you. And one follow-up question: does this is in tune to the Police Services Act, forming this roundtable and governance? Because you are touching on the governance model. Does Police Services Act will interfere, or it is supportive of these initiatives?
I'm afraid I can't speak directly to the legislation because I'm not overly familiar with it. We did look at the areas of the legislation that spoke to the board makeup. This would be an advisory board, so I don't believe that it creates any type of a legislative requirement, or there's any type of legislative impact for that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, I can't see the legislation impacting it, but it is a question that would be obviously have to be cleared.
Yes, because to the best of my knowledge, I haven't seen such a advisory board to the board. But anyway, thanks for your thoughts, and we will look into that. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. And it made me think, if I can just add to that, we were concerned about this, and the people that we spoke to, our interviewees, about this notion that creating just another working group would be an abdication of the board's responsibility. And as I understand that legislation, when we were looking at it, the board's responsibility is enshrined in the act. And so you wouldn't be unable, as a result of the legislation, to abdicate the responsibility of governance of the OPS to this committee. So I think that speaks to the fact that the responsibility to provide governance to the OPS rests with the board. It can't be delegated to what we're calling the deliberative roundtable. But of course, we've spent a lot of time in our report talking about how the board is accountable to that group. So I just wanted to add that as a nuance.
Okay, thank you. I think we have to go into the details and seek some direction, possibly from the people who are well versed with the Police Services Act, and maybe our board as advisors. But thank you. Thanks, Chair. That was my question.
Thank you, Member Norman. Chief Slowly.
Chair, I will leave it to you to seek your own legal opinion, but I've seen similar deliberative models set up in the Toronto Police Service in better times, going as far back as the early 2000s. I think, I forget the name of the gentleman who just spoke from PACE, but as he said, as long as it doesn't change your nature of governance in terms of what the PSA requires, the board can and should avail itself as much as possible, as many different ways as possible, community input. So nothing that I've heard so far would dissuade me from anything other than, do this as well as you can, push it as far as you can, and be as informed as you can. That's just a good thing all the way around.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Greg and Dawn, for being here and for all your hard work. I know you've been working very hard on this report and we greatly appreciate it. We look forward to seeing the feedback you receive on the draft report and as well as your final iteration of the report. So thanks again. Received on this item? Received?
Received.
Moving then to our next held item, which is the life cycle management purchase of conducted energy weapons. I understand the service has a brief presentation on this item and a revised recommendation. We also have a number of registered delegations. So Chief, we will start with the staff presentation. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Not a presentation, just a revision. I'll turn things over very quickly to DC Bell to speak to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Chair Deans. Yeah, as you indicated, we actually have a revised direction that following the delegations I'd asked to be put up. What I can tell you, since last board meeting, we undertook to take a review of our conducted energy weapons, particularly around the deployment, to look for opportunities for efficiencies. While we know that they're an effective tool, we also know that they're an exceptionally expensive tool and that we need to have them in the right places, in the right hands, so that we can have best service, best optimal use of them while we manage and mitigate costs around them. As part of that review, what we are going to propose is, in the amended direction, we take the new purchase of CEWs off of the table for now until we come back to you with the new deployment review at the end of January. What I can tell you is we already have identified some areas where we can be more efficient in the deployment and probably curtail some of the costs around them, but we'll also need to have amended board direction and amended policies internally, because our current deployment model says they will be deployed to every sworn member, and we'll look to amend that. So as I said, that will come back in January. What we are asking for in today's amended direction is the purchase of a number of cartridges that are used in the conducted energy weapon. That is around $290,000 purchase request that we're asking to purchase 3,900 cartridges. The reason we need those is we provide to the board once a year a bulk purchase of CEWs and cartridges, so that we can look to only purchase them once and get preferred pricing as we buy them. We've curtailed that somewhat to look at, if we're coming back in January, how do we take ourselves to make sure we have enough cartridges through Q1 of 2022 while we bring the updated information back to the board for consideration. So the training that we have to engage our members in is legislated. It's very prescriptive in terms of how we have to train the officers and how many cartridges we have to use in terms of having them properly qualified under the adequacy standards. So what I can tell you, of the 3,900 that we're requesting, in order to train the 520 members that we will need to train by the end of Q1 of next year, about 3,700 of those cartridges will be used specifically in training. So I believe there will be questions for it, but that is the presentation. This is the amended request and the rationale for it.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Chief Bell. There are 4 public delegations. We'll start with Sabrina Gagnon.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to make a note that I'll refer to these as CEWs or tasers or conducted energy weapons or weapons in this delegation, just to clear up any confusion there. I am going to be speaking to the non-revised version, but I guess I will also potentially see y'all in January about it. So I've listened to these board delegations for the past year, and a recurring topic has been how inappropriate it is that OPS responds to mental health calls. And on the Ottawa Police website, CEWs are mentioned as being used in these mental health related crisis calls, specifically when threats or attempts of suicide are involved.
The materials presented as a part of this line item state that OPS training programs are built with a foundation in de-escalation and communication skills, and these are emphasized as the most important and effective tools available to officers. Chief Slowly has said in previous board meetings that it's true that OPS is not the best institution to respond to these calls. In addition, the UN Committee Against Torture has stated that tasers constitute a form of torture. These are weapons that are being motivated by OPS as effective in situations where some of the most vulnerable members of our community are in a state of crisis, which further proves that OPS should not be tasked with these calls. CEWs and the current training are clearly inadequate. I'm asking the board to vote no on this item and send a clear message that the status quo needs to change. The most recent report on Ottawa's community safety and well-being plan captures specific community feedback on this very issue and cites recurring calls for the divestment of these responsibilities from Ottawa Police to an independent mental health response team. This includes the most recent consulting efforts by OPS, which found an erosion in trust in the police from across the community. And in spite of the flawed survey design pointed out by delegates previous to me, 73% of respondents support transferring responsibility and funding away from the police to community experts when it comes to responding to social issues. At the September 27th Police Services Board meeting, Chief Slawley lauded OPS's mental health response, citing 6 letters praising response from the community. I hope it's clear now from their own consultation efforts that these supposed letters are not the standard by which OPS should judge their mental health response capabilities. There's a clear request from the community to reduce police involvement in mental health crisis responses overall. This means fewer CEWs need to be operated. We do not need more tasers in Ottawa. I'm asking that the board reject this funding request in an act of accountability. You said repeatedly that you were listening, and this vote is an opportunity for you to show that.
Is that the end of your presentation, Sabrina?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Are there any questions or comments for Sabrina? Seeing none, thank you again. We'll move to Bailey Gauthier.
Hello? Hey. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can, Bailey, go ahead.
Okay, awesome, great. Okay, so basically I wanted to come here and talk to you about tasers, specifically the 2 main points on this item being that they are extremely dangerous and that they're being used in mental health calls. So one of the things about tasers, and this is all stuff you can find online. Again, I really have to encourage people to like do the homework and look at these things because it was super easy to find. So like, and I'm really frustrated too, because it's just like, I don't know how to go about this topic. It's just like, what's the point of the taser? So what is a taser? It's like it's a bright yellow gun with 2 metal prongs that are shot at you into your skin, and then they charge you with electricity to incapacitate you. So after the last meeting, like I was really confused about this. I was like, well, what's going on? At the last meeting, Chief Slowly got into it with the delegates saying, well, like CEWs and tasers, like they're completely different things. It's like Kleenex and like tissues, like it's the difference. So I was like, okay, this is kind of confusing. I followed up with Mark Patterson after the last meeting, who's the HR department, I guess, of OPS. And I was just like, can you clarify what is going on with tasers? Like, what is this taser business and why are you using them? Why do you need so many of them? And the response I got from him was kind of concerning. It was just kind of like, I was like, so what's the difference? And he's like, they don't use electricity, they use a current, which was a little alarming because that's a current of electricity. So it was just like kind of these back and forth of like, do you know the damage that they can cause? And why are they being used in mental health cases? And the example that he brought was we use them in mental health calls. So it's like if someone is self-harming, like cutting themselves or hurting themselves, or if they're suicidal, they will use the taser, jolt them with the electricity to render them unable to move, and then haul them off to a hospital. this is not safe. Someone's going to get killed, and this is going to be on the city. This is a liability not only on the police force but on the city itself. Like, someone will be killed from this. This is dangerously, like, you don't need to be bringing electricity and guns to these kind of situations, and that's one of the reasons we want police out of the mental health calls specifically. And the thing with the tasers, like, I had to look this up. They're not to be used on the face. They're not to be used on the chest, crotch, like groin or abdomen area. You're only allowed to use them on the legs or the back. And the reason for that is because they give you heart attacks. They can give you a heart attack. So like, if a police officer is coming into a situation where they're like, someone's going to hurt themselves, and they shoot them without knowing their medical background, you've just brought a situation that's 10 times more dangerous. Like, someone could die. This is not a safe situation. And the fact that the police already have 960 tasers and they want to replace 200 of them, you would still have 960 tasers. Like, for this cost of $1 million, which that upstream stuff you're always talking about, all of that could be reinvested into the communities, into preventative measures. Do not spend $1 million to risk someone's lives. It's too big of a risk. It's not worth it. It's not helping anybody, and it's dangerous. Like, I wanted to have something elegant to bring to this, but it's like, that's all it is. It's just like, these are not non-lethal weapons. These are not de-escalation weapons. Even like Taser, for example, like the brand, it's Axon. They just rebranded to Axon. Their slogan was non-lethal, and then later they changed it to less than lethal. Like, again, all of this stuff, it's just, these are dangerous. Like, and I wish I could have like stayed on track to it, but it's just like, there's no reason to do this. Like, this is showing that OPS, even like their HR department, is coming here and saying, we agree that this is a good idea. We will bring the electricity to people who are in distress. Like, that tells me there's a fundamental like misunderstanding or lack of empathy for what people are going through, especially with the pandemic, especially with the economic. People are losing their homes. The train is broken. Like, use that money to fix the train. Like, I know this, like, nobody has it here. It's very frustrating. I'm very frustrated. And to say like, you're going to come back in January to discuss this after they've walked it back a little bit, it's like, don't come back in January and say yes to tasers. Say no to tasers. Commit to this. Like, take it out. This is a safety issue. This is people's lives that you're going to come in without knowing their mental, like, what they're dealing with and what would prevent this and what would help them. And you're just like, shock you? Like, no. Like, it can't happen. Like, I know it's frustrating. I know I'm a little scattered with this. But it's just like, this is your responsibility. Please do the right thing. Please do not allow someone to end up in a harmful situation that could have been prevented by offering them a cigarette. You know what I mean? Seeing if they need help with anything. Don't. Like, this is just, it's just, I'm just shocked that, sorry.
Your time's up. If you could wrap up, please.
That's basically it. It was just in summary, please say no to this. I think it's a really bad use of money that could be for those upstream things. And it's incredibly dangerous. Please look up any information on the tasers and how they hurt people. Like, it is incredibly risky. And I don't have confidence that the OPS will have enough training, even in the most trained situation, to hit someone in the legs, which is the only place you're allowed to hit. But basically, please, like, and thanks for hearing me out. I know I'm really frustrated right now and scattered, but I appreciate you being patient with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey. Don't go away. There's a question for you, Member Johnson.
Yes, and thank you, Val. There's nothing to apologize for. You're obviously passionate about this. It's an important issue to you, and I appreciate that you care and you're taking time to speak this evening. And there was discussion at the last board meeting, but maybe I'll just bring it up tonight, that I think it would be helpful for myself, board members, to just hear a presentation about the use of tasers and when they are used, the safety, what value they add. And maybe this would be useful in January, but I also know we're doing a use of force study, so I don't know if that would be more as part of that. So I'm just bringing that up as something for discussion. I'm not sure when that would be appropriate. And it was discussed at the last board meeting as well. So.
I think that's a good suggestion, Member Johnson, and perhaps when this comes back in January or whenever it comes back, we could have a broader presentation on the use of tasers. I think that would be helpful to everyone. Anything further, Member Johnson? No?
No, I don't think so, but thank you, Bailey, for your presentation.
Member Meehan?
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question. There may be an answer that would be available for us this evening. Is like how many times are tasers used during the year?
Okay, we're going to do questions to staff after the public delegations.
Okay, sorry, Dan.
Yeah, okay. Anything for Bailey? No? Okay.
I believe the OPS uses them 60 times a year. That's the information that I received from the website, if that answers the question.
Okay, thanks, Bailey. We're going to move on to our next delegation, May Mason.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, May. Go ahead.
Okay. So first, I would like to mention that there is an outstanding motion under the Ottawa Police Services Board for the use of force policy, and I would like to see that be presented and updated before any new purchases of weapons, as it is really imperative that we understand how, like we're talking about right now, how these tasers are being deployed, when they're being deployed, before I think the board can make an educated decision on how many more the force should have, and to what degree they want to expand their weaponry of tasers. One thing to note is tasers do shoot 50,000 volts of electricity every use. And because of this and other factors, reports by the BC Office of the Police Complaints Commissioner in 2005 included specific recommendations on the deployment of the taser and how that should take place, how many applications should be administered when deployed, etc. And these two reports clearly state that the taser should not be confused with less lethal force or understood as a device that is non-deadly when deployed. And with that, I wonder if the board or the Ottawa Police Services has similar guidelines and recommendations on how and when, how many applications the taser should be deployed, etc. And if there is an understanding of what this device constitutes by police officers themselves. So do OPS officers regard tasers as less lethal and as non-deadly when that is factually incorrect? I also want to mention that Amnesty International in 2004 and 2007 had reports on Canada that denounced what it considered excessive and unnecessary use of the taser by our police forces, especially in situations where suspects were unarmed and constituted no threat to the public or to the police themselves. In 2009, while testifying before the House of Commons, RCMP Commissioner William Elliott did acknowledge that there are risks of death and acute injury to agitated individuals when tasers deployed. However, in a few months later in that same year, CBC reported that effective of February that year, the RCMP had actually removed 2 vital sentences that reduced taser use to 1 shot and required officers to warn a suspect before using the taser, which means it's since that time, officers have been free to use the taser multiple times and are no longer required to warn suspects before this force is applied. Now, here in Canada, there have actually been 26 reported deaths after being tased by police. Now, these numbers are not exact because about 40% of these data points that I have were not fully reported by the police. But of the information that we do have, it is confirmed that 53% were poor, 26% were ethnic minorities, 15% were mentally ill, and 61% had chronic drug problems. And hearing that the Ottawa Police specifically uses tasers for mental health calls means that that's very, very concerning, as they are at a higher risk of experiencing a death and excessive force use by police in terms of taser use. Now, to put this in perspective, RCMP has suffered 222 casualties in the line of duty since the 1870s. However, It seems that the portrayal of members of the public as being increasingly violent and needing extraordinary measures such as the taser in order to protect the officers and the public from their own cells has been exacerbated. And this means that policing is just exaggerating and advertising these dangers and creating an overproduction of the frightening citizen. I want to note that in Metro Vancouver, transit police had a taser policy that allowed officers to use this taser in non-compliant transit passengers, which is interesting because that term is used to refer to people who have not paid their fare. So I'm wondering if we have similar policies around that in terms of taser use here in Ontario or in Ottawa specifically. Is it used for non-compliance? Are there more descriptors for how it is used? I would also like to note that rather than reserving the taser for potentially innocuous, non-innocuous incidents like the gun, some law enforcement officers here in Canada have literally turned to the taser as a weapon of first resort, such as in northern Manitoba, where an RCMP officer was quoted as saying, "Let me introduce you to the taser. It is able to produce 50,000 volts of electricity, and if you don't cooperate with us, you will be stunned." At least 3 out of 4 of suspects who were tased were unarmed in a review of 563 cases here in Canada in 2007. In many of these cases, people were under the influence of alcohol and they simply failed to comply with orders but posed no physical or violent threats before being tased. In these cases, tasers were also used multiple times instead of the recommended one use. Executive Director of the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies, Kim Pate, argues that the police are actually using tasers in situations to subdue and gain compliance, or perhaps even punitively when someone has reacted in ways they don't approve of. Therefore, it is unlikely
your
that
time
in
is
many
up.
of these situations that the lives of the officers were not at risk in the encounters of many of the suspects they tased. I'm
May,
almost
your
finished.
time
Just
is
going to
up.
read
If you
my
could
last.
wrap
Yeah, I
up.
did hear you. I actually did hear you. Yeah.
It did
As
have-
several NGOs and civil liberty associations like Amnesty International and British Columbia Civil Liberties Association have argued, it is time to call a moratorium on taser use in Canada. And the federal, provincial, and city councillors play a huge role in ensuring that the weakest and defenseless members of society do not continue to feel hunted by police and by tasers. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Jyoti Randhawa.
Hello.
Hi, Jyoti. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I won't take that long. It'll be quite short and brief. The panelists before me have done an exquisite job outlining exactly the reasons why this is a very dangerous choice to be making and why it's a dangerous precedent to be setting when we're also in the middle of discussing how force is used. It seems a little bit like putting the horse in front of the carriage, or sorry, putting the carriage in front of the horse. To be purchasing or renewing purchases or buying cartridges for weapons that we are not in agreement on how to use or who to authorize to use them. So simply to say that I am a member of this community, I am a person of color, I have friends who are vulnerable and who might be, as you say, this vocal minority, yet they don't get a chance to speak in any other forum. So I would like you to please vote to not renew this, this weapon, to not purchase more cartridges, to not bring it back in January. I don't understand how it's possible that we can put this item on the forward agenda when we haven't completed discussing how these weapons will be used. So in good faith and in being true to actually having a discussion about whether or not this force is reasonable to be used in these contexts, I request that you please remove this from the forward agenda. I request that you vote no to purchasing these cartridges. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyoti. Are there any questions for the delegation? Member Johnson?
Just a comment. Thank you, Chair. And that, you know, there is going to be a process that involves consultation on the use of force, but that may take months. So,
Right. But if I could just say that I don't believe that it is appropriate for you to be purchasing weapons when you say we're going to discuss how they're going to be used.
right.
To have
But
that discussion
before, and
Just a reminder that this forum is not a dialogue. It's a consultation, as we just heard, through PACE. And so we try and use the rules of procedure that are currently in place. I know not everyone's happy with those, but that is the rules of procedure that we're governing this meeting by.
And thank you, Chair. That's not an easy role for you to have to constantly do here. So thank you for your ongoing work in this. And, maybe there'll be a change in the policy in several months after the consultation and the experts. But we do need to make sure that, our officers, our OPS, have the tools that they need at this point in time.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you, Jody, again for being here. That ends our public delegations. We will now go to questions or comments on this item. And Deputy Chief Bell, could you put the recommendation back on the screen, please?
I can't, but somebody else did.
Okay, yeah, it happened. And can you just, so you're asking for this to be set aside until January with the exception of the purchase of cartridges for training and operational purposes. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit more?
So what we've undertaken a review on our deployment model. As you know, the board has a policy around the use of conducted energy weapons that we adhere to. And right now, the deployment model identified in that is that every sworn member has the ability to be trained and issued a CEW. We're taking a look at that to make sure that the people in the positions that actually would benefit from the use of that tool have that and have it available to them. And that we don't have units that wouldn't be used as regularly as often. So we're looking to actually refine that deployment model to have it be specifically around frontline, forward-facing members dealing with calls for service. So we're continuing to conduct that review, and we're going to come back in January with the findings of that. And Chair, I did note we'll also have a more fulsome presentation at that point on the tasers, the use of tasers, policies, procedures, training, and all of the things that contribute to our taser program, our CEW program. So what we are asking is to have the board provide us authority to purchase just over 3,900 cartridges that are used within the CEW, and those will mainly go towards training. As I indicated, we have 520 members who will need to be trained and requalified prior to the end of Q1 of 2022. That will take about 3,700 cartridges just to deliver the training. So we're asking for the purchase of these cartridges so that we continue to have operational units available and be able to provide the training to our members.
Okay, thank you. Members, Melwood.
Thank you very much, Chair. The reason I had asked that this item be held at the last meeting was because we had received a presentation from the service, a budget presentation. And in that budget presentation, what was put forward to us was that in order for the board to meet any sort of restraint in terms of budget or any budget issues, the service had looked at every possible expenditure, and the only thing that they said was on the table was laying off of recent hires, which were our most recent class, which were essentially both racial and gender diverse recruits. And my feeling is that I cannot support any expenditure if the potential outcome of that expenditure is that it would in any way impact our recent hires, our gender diverse and racially diverse recruits. And it seems to me that we shouldn't be contemplating, and I'm certainly not prepared to contemplate expenditures if it would mean the laying off of some of the new recruits. And that was my reason for not wanting this to be approved at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Smallwood. Chief Slowly. What happened there? Chief Slowly?
He's on mute.
Oh, you're on mute, Chief.
I gave such a great answer. Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, thank you. Just for clarification, the three options that the board asked us to present around 0, 1.5, and 3%, in all three of those options, there were far more things than just laying off officers. So just for clarity. Secondly, like you, and I've said it in different forums, I don't know if I said it in the board forum, I would go to any extent to try to find ways for us to not lay off members who've applied for this organization, been recruited, and gone through an extensive selection and training process to be deployed for their career. So like you, I'd be committed to looking at everything we can to stop that. And as you've heard from Deputy Chief Bell, based on your very measured observations at the last meeting, we have caused ourselves to revisit this significantly, and we're prepared to come back in the new year and provide a different presentation than you received, one that aligns with what you just talked about, trying to find continuous ways for us to reduce the cost of policing while still being able to deliver adequate and effective policing. So I think we're aligned, except on degree and tone.
Except on, I didn't hear you last week. On degree?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're still going to need to equip our officers, the ones that remain for the service, with the tools that they need to do the job, to keep the community safe and to keep themselves safe. There could be a lot of debate around every aspect of what is equipped with a police officer, and we should have a healthy debate around particularly use of force options. That's why we completely support the board's decision to do a use of force review. But to equate the tools of the officers and the number of officers, again, the only place I disagree is just on the degree to which we're having, this point was made. So we've looked at all the options. We'll continue to look at all the options. But if we're looking at a 0% or a 1.5% or even 3%, the report that was presented back in July outlined a range of issues that we would have to address.
Thank you. Member King.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll just keep it brief. I just see, I think it's primarily premature to make a decision on new cartridges if we do have a review of potential efficiencies in terms of purchase and deployment of these weapons. I understand there's an existing policy, but to me, it doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense to commit to purchasing in 1 month and then looking at purchases of these weapons in another month or the year upcoming. So as a result, I'm inclined to dissent on this item.
Okay, thank you, Member King. I'm still needing more information. Am I to understand that cartridges are one and done? They're disposable? Is that it? And what, I know you're asking for, I think you said 3,900 and you said 3,700 are required for training up until March. But if this were all to be deferred until January, when's the training occurring? Would that create some specific problem for the training cycle? Do you need to go ahead to purchase all of these now? Could it wait? I need to understand this better.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair Deans. Excellent question. We buy the units themselves as well as the cartridges once a year in a bulk order. What we're asking to procure now is the 2021 allotment. So our stocks of cartridges have depleted through 2021, and this is to replenish them to allow us to get to the end of Q1 from a training and operational perspective. If we weren't able to buy these units, we would have to cancel training, and we would have not have the same number of units out on our streets at any one time because we wouldn't have qualified operators able to carry them. So we did take it down to what we need from a training and operational perspective to take us through to the end of Q1 2021 so that the board could receive the information around our proposed TASER deployment program, CW deployment program, as well as to be able to answer any questions around the program that they would have. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think it does. Member Meehan.
When you say training, so these are the actual, this is necessary to operate the TASER, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So, and I have a breakdown of it. There's adequacy standards around the training program that exists. Every member on a yearly basis has to do a requalification program. In the training, they need to operate and successfully be able to load and discharge four live cartridges each. And then there's two different types of cartridges. There's one called a hook and loop halt cartridge that enables them to do simulation training. So each one of them has to go through 2 cycles of simulation training with the cartridges. And then there is another sort of simulator cartridge that can be used that is rechargeable. So the first 2 I mentioned are single use. The third is a rechargeable package that they can be used multiple times, but they do run out over a series of training. We did have our training section scrub through to see what was the minimum we needed to get us through our training cycle at the end of Q1, and the 3,900 is what they identified as necessary.
Okay, I got that. Can you just remind us, like, how many times a year does an officer use a TASER in Ottawa?
So in the 225,000 calls for service that were done in 2020, we arrived, and there's 2 categories. One's demonstration. So a demonstration is where the TASER actually comes out and the presence of it helps to successfully resolve the situation without the use of the TASER. So that occurred 118 times. The TASER was actually used 75 times in the course of our duties last year.
It's an expensive tool, expensive weapon.
Anything further, Member Meehan?
No, thank you.
Anyone else on this topic? Okay, well, I think to members of the service, I think that you're hearing the reluctance from this board where we're making a decision on this without weighing it against everything else in the budget. And I think there's reluctance around that. I think there's a sense that we need to be reviewing this policy. And I know we are going to be reviewing the use of force policy, but we're not there yet. So it's a difficult position to be in. On the other hand, right now, it is a tool in the toolkit that the police service have. And I think in fairness, we have to provide the training to our members. Last thing we want to do is send them out there and not be fully trained. So I can see it's both ways, but what I understand, Deputy Chief Bell, correct me if I'm wrong, I understand you're asking for enough cartridges to get through Q1 2022, and by then, hopefully, we will have more information that will inform how we're going to use tasers in the future, what circumstances tasers would be used in. Until then, we probably need to provide this number for mostly training purposes. Member Smallwood.
Yeah, I just had one additional question from what you were saying, and that is, although I still don't support it, in fact, I don't support it as long as the potential, and I agree with the chief and I are in alignment. He said he would look at everything to avoid having to do any layoffs of the recent hires. And to me, everything would include the tasers. CEWs. But my question was that part of this, would not part of this training be potentially training people to use something that maybe in the use of force policy we decided was no longer going to be used? So we're actually potentially training people on going forward on something that we may ultimately decide we don't need. And I think Member Meehan made a very good point. For 75 times, this is an extraordinarily expensive tool, but nonetheless, thank you.
Member Smallwood, I just remind board members, our policy to date, the board policy is to delegate the authority to the chief to issue conducted energy weapons to service members. So that is currently our policy. Member Johnson.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for restating that. I'm just curious, through Canada, are most police forces currently using tasers? Do you know that information or?
So I don't have all of that information offhand, but I can't recall of any police service that does not issue CEWs, but I can get that information for the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member Newman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have gone through the deliberations on the tasers and whatever the position the board is taken. I think a word of a caution is that we have to make sure that the members, the service members, the police officers are fully trained, equipped to deal with any situation. Whatever decision we take, maybe now or a week after, we have to ensure it does not interfere with any operational matters, number one, and number two, affect the, the force capability to deal with the situation. So those are my two thoughts to whatever decision the board takes.
Thank you, Member Nerman. Member Sweda.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo what Member Nerman said. I wouldn't want to take away any options that the police have to de-escalate a situation. I'm assuming, again, with Deputy Chief's input, I'm assuming an actual gun is going to be more lethal than a taser, even though the taser might cause harm as well. But any type of de-escalation, I wouldn't want to take that option away from our officers. But a question I have for Deputy Chief Bell is, you mentioned that this 3,900 cartridges would last us until the end of March. And we're talking about deliberating on the tasers themselves at the end of January. Is it possible to buy half the amount of cartridges right now until then?
Well, so anything's possible for sure. The reason that we actually sketched it out until the end of March was by the time we bring it to the board, get approval on how we move forward with our taser deployment program, another order. So based on the lag time, we'll come at the end of January, we'll be able to build up whatever we're going to do. And if there's ordering that's needed after that, we'll be order in February. We would be looking at the end of March because of supply chain issues to be able to receive those. So we were trying to make sure that we had stock in place till the end of March so that we could keep our officers qualified and able to use the CW.
Okay. And then am I correct in saying that a taser is less lethal than a gun?
It is, yeah, absolutely. It's considered a lesser lethal means of using force.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Sweda. Seeing no further questions or comments, is this item carried?
It's Member King and I'll dissent.
Okay.
And I dissent as well.
Okay. Record 2 dissents. Thank you. We will move now to item number 7, Help Seeker Inc. report. Chief, I'll turn this item over to you to introduce the presenter on this item.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be introducing Dr. Alina Turner. No doubt she may have some members of her team. Dr. Turner comes out of the University of Calgary, initially working there within the academic setting, but as she started to develop her own thoughts, and I hope she'll introduce herself more fully, but she's experienced a number of the social determinants of health on the opposite side. She's been able to come through with a great deal of personal resiliency to achieve her academic certifications and also to apply her vision of a more healthy and safe and well Canada through Help Seeker. I was introduced to Help Seeker through Chief Dale McPhee of the Edmonton Police Service as part of an approach to trying to understand the social services ecosystem in which the police operate in literally every environment, whether it be urban, suburban, or rural. And in the case of Ottawa, we have all of those environments going on within our jurisdiction. I'm genuinely hoping that this research will be useful for not just the service and the board, but more importantly for the community at large, for social service providers, for the City of Ottawa, for anybody interested in understanding how strong, how resilient, how effective our social services net is here in the City of Ottawa, how strong and resilient and effective our social services infrastructure is here, and how money is spent on supporting that social services net so that people who are most vulnerable and most in need of those services can actually access, obtain, and effectively utilize those services. So again, I'm very excited to introduce Dr. Alina Turner and her team. The findings for Ottawa are findings that this team has helped to identify across this country on a wide variety of topics, not just for social services. And so the methodology is strong, it's proven, it's replicated. And again, I'm hoping this will be a tool that our partners in the community, critics of the police service, people who advocate for and envision an entirely different experience for those that need to access social services, like the many reports that have been presented to this board over my time here. I think this is just another one of those reports that provide good information, good insights, good data for us to use to build a better, healthier, safer city here in Ottawa. And with that, I'll turn things over to Dr. Turner and her team.
Hi, everybody, and thank you so much for having us. I'm joining you from Mohkinstsis, also known as Calgary today, so Treaty 7 territory. And I'm also joined by Monique Fry, who can introduce herself as well. Go ahead, Mo.
Oh, I was muted. Good evening, everybody. Monique Fry. I'm from the Chiam First Nation, which is a part of the Stalo tribes in British Columbia, but I sit just outside of Calgary as well in Treaty 7 territory near Mohkinstsis. And we are very excited to be here today with you. It's been very insightful for us to sit in and listen and hear what we've heard not only from the board, but also from the public delegations today and their hopes and their fears for Ottawa. And we're hoping that this report and insights and recommendations that we have prepared for you today on the social impact audit will assist in bringing some hope by providing some recommendations that will not only support OPS and the work moving forward, but for the community at large. And that's really stands in line with our mission and value as a company. We're going to be quick as we can and hope that we can get everybody out. I'm sure that you still have a little bit more left on your agenda to do. So we'll quickly just talk a little bit about our core concepts and the approach and methods. Those of you who were able to read the report ahead of time, thank you so much. Talk about our key findings and considerations. We really did look at the information that the Chief's team prepared for us in terms of looking at the community and safety well-being plan, understanding the context of Ottawa to really build our understanding of the social safety net within Ottawa. Just a little bit about us, if you don't know, we are a social B Corp. Alina is one of our co-founders. Her and her husband started this company a few years ago, and it's blossomed and grown to almost 60 members now. A B Corp means that we are a company that has sustainability for people, for the environment, for our work, with core values that are really more than just your average, business. We are a business, we are a for-profit, but we support the social services sector. We support communities to look for solutions, whatever those might be. And we happen to use data and technology as one of these great new technologies available to us to find solutions for some complex issues. So here are some of our national partners here. And we are always looking for new partners to support this work, and have, again, really appreciated the time we've spent with OPS and the board. So what is the problem? Well, we know, and you will see, that there are tons of services and programs and benefits that are in, not only just in Ottawa, but across the country, that are there to support the people that need it most, the vulnerable populations, different diverse peoples. And really what we're hoping to look at is finding where can we see where some of the gaps might be within this, and where is the money flowing from? Is there some overlap or fragmentation that we can see that this work can possibly highlight where we might look to optimize some of this work, not only in where the funding is going, how it's being spent, but also in the programs and services available to the community. This work really, while has been commissioned by the Ottawa Police, has been designed and presented in a way that will support the community at large. And so the recommendations and insights and the analysis aren't just targeted towards OPS, although part of most of the recommendations are for you. There are many as well that are for the larger community. So what is a social impact audit, and why do we do it? First of all, we have to define what the social safety net is. This is not something that we came up with. It's a terminology that goes to describe the range of programs, benefits, basically everything that supports individuals in the community, which includes the programs and services funded by all levels of government. So looking at local, provincial, territorial, et cetera, those nonprofits, the charities, NGOs, and private sector entities, all of these programs and services that support would be considered within the social safety net. What our social impact audit does, it looks to understand the financial flows within the social safety net to enhance, impact, coordinate, and be transparent. So, the social safety net for Ottawa. First of all, we just wanted to talk a little bit about our methodology, and the methodology that we use at HelpSeeker with our data science team and engineers and analysts look at the same core data sets across the country in whichever city that we're in. So if you're looking at an Edmonton SIA report, or in Ottawa or Toronto or other places, we are using the same data sets for each thing so that there is a consistency across the board, that we can say apples to apples, this is what it is. This is the data sets that we use. Now, there are some special things where we want to look at the context of each community. So we want to understand from the community level standpoint, what is the thing that makes Ottawa special? What do they want to look for? What do they want to target? What does their community policies say, like the community and safety well-being, that we will bring into that conversation? But by and large, the specific data sets that we use are the same across the board, and all publicly available data. So you'll see from the list, we've used 2018 to 2020. With some, of course, caveats that Stats Canada data, the last update was 2016. And then we use our HelpSeeker data, which we'll talk about in a little bit, which is current as of September. We've pulled that information from. The biggest one that we use across the board is the CRA charities data, which we'll go into a little bit more detail. So this is the big number that I'm sure everybody will be talking about and asking questions about. The estimate of $6.8 billion a year has been identified for the city of Ottawa in terms of what is going into the social safety net. And we are looking at the categories across community and social services. We're looking at charities. We're looking at high public health data with mental health spending and addictions, as well as some direct government transfers to individuals. So those are things like social assistance and veterans affairs. What that doesn't include, though, at this point is any CERB data, as we don't yet have the 2020 or 2021 information in terms of the CERB numbers. Once that is made publicly available, that's something we'll be looking at for future work. So a little bit of a dive into the key findings of that 6.8 billion per year. We will see that 44% are allocated to community and social services. So that's about 41% is going directly into the charitable sector. If we take a dive and look at OPS budget that's going into the social safety net related, accounts for about 2% of the total investments in Ottawa. So when we look at the big picture, we can see the difference between, where those are coming from, whether direct government transfers, whether directly the charitable sector, and by which funder. So we see foundations, the city, CIHI, which is the Health Institute information, and charities. What is of note is that the other pieces are a little bit harder for us to tackle, or other funding, as it is the philanthropy sector and those that don't fill out CRA tax information. As again, the CRA data set is our most reliable and consistent data set across the board. Looking at the funding sources, so where is this money coming from? We can see from 2018 to 2020, the majority of the money that's going into the social safety net for Ottawa is coming from the province. Next being that other, so this is that bucket of funding that we don't have as much publicly available information on, which is funding, activities, investments, etc. While we do see a little bit of a drop in that from 2020, which could be from COVID and less money coming into the system, again, we don't have all the information to be able to say whether or not that is the case as of yet. We'll see that the municipal sources represent the least amount of revenue, which is only 1.7% that is going into the social safety net here. We thought it would be useful to highlight for everybody a little bit of a dive into the selected social issues. So when we look at this money in terms of what are the categories, what are the charities, what are they categorizing as, who are they serving, or what are the programs and services that they are delivering, we can see that the highest year over year has been supportive healthcare, organizations relieving poverty, community resource, and counseling. Utilizing our systems navigation app, for those of you that don't know about our work, one of our platforms is a navigation app that plots out the programs and services that are available within your community based in these categories: basic needs, emergency and disaster, safety and abuse, etc. On our map, we have mapped out that there are over 10,000 service elements for Ottawa. That doesn't mean there are 10,000 agencies or organizations. One agency or organization could have 20 programs. This also includes benefit lines, help lines, people that do referrals, etc. And we can see sort of the breakdown within your community as of September, how many of these listings and services are available within these categories. And within the circles in the middle here, the percentage points show us the percentage of people who are searching using our navigation app, either as service providers or people on the ground looking for help, what the phrase or the category that they might be searching for. So we see that basic needs and mental health and addictions are the things that most people are looking for. This helps us understand a little bit in terms of A, the scope of how many programs and services are available within your community, and B, where the fragmentation might be when we look at community safety and well-being plans, as well as how are these agencies and organizations supporting each other. What does the referral look like? If there are this many services, how do we know which ones are the best one that officers can use or that people can refer themselves to. This doesn't tell us that. It mainly just gives us a picture of what is out there and where they are located, and some further analysis in terms of like where call data might be coming from or where people are situated within the community would need a little bit more of a deep dive. We were asked to look a little bit closer at our systems map using just a layover of where the green belt is for a deeper understanding of where are all the services located within the green belt and then outside the green belt, also to have an understanding of where some barriers might be to those who live outside of that green belt. And we heard a lot today about the call times and how long it takes and where officers are coming from in terms of how then would they find the right program or service if they needed in a mental health call, for example, to refer them to the right place. Well, I guess it also depends on where they are located and how quickly can they get the support that they need from others other than a police officer. We have a couple of examples before we provide our insights and recommendations that we thought we could share from other services that we've been working with across the country. And I'm going to turn this part to Alina because she's been spearheading some of this work.
Sure. Thanks, Mo. And thanks for highlighting the piece here around hope and ways of doing work together. Even though it may seem like it's really hard stuff to get through, this is part of probably every change effort. If it's not hard, and you're probably not changing. So I encourage you to keep being uncomfortable and really appreciate all the advocates that spoke today as well. And I think what our presentation highlights is that change absolutely is not an option, but what we want to leave you with is that change needs all of us to change as well. So none of this work that we're calling on police to step up on can be realized if the rest of the social safety net doesn't change along with it. So all of the critiques that we have of police should be applied to the entire social safety net. And Mo and I can talk about our personal experiences, and I can tell you that when you look at this criminogenic chart, my brother was the top of that chart, and I lost him to fentanyl last year. So I know, from personal experience that change is absolutely essential, but that change has to be not just police. It has to be social services. The charitable sector itself has to be disrupted. So I encourage all of you that are here that are talking about disruption to look, to include police, but to look beyond police as well, because the same root causes that are creating some of these challenges downstream, they're caused somewhere upstream, and that upstream includes a very, very fragmented and safety net that hasn't really been built with the person-centered approach in mind, with equity in mind. And that's what we're about here as well. So I'm going to highlight a couple of examples just to dangle some action, because that's the other piece I heard today is a lot. The consultation is great, but not if it doesn't result in some tangible actions. And I think you chose a chief that is about that. And I think he's going to need your support to move some of these initiatives forward that he has in mind. So I'm going to highlight a couple of them just to kind of show that this movement is happening across the country. And I'm going to give you a big example, and I'm going to give you a little example, and to say that, what the chief has in mind is even bigger than these, but it's also to encourage you to give him that mandate to make this happen. So one is the Edmonton Police Services Help Initiative, exactly to the point of how do we do this work differently? How do we streamline what should be a social intervention, what should be a policing intervention? So what they've done within the EPS is actually take a data-centered approach that merges the social and the policing aspect into one unit, and so that they have both in the back pocket in that response. And what they're saying is, there's not one response anymore that can work. So they're looking at their data, they're working with their social sector partners, they're being extremely selective about their social partners. As you saw, you have 11,000 social service elements. There's no way every single frontline officer is going to know exactly where to refer that person. So that you're going to need to be really smart about which partners you go with, so that when you call, for that social intervention to happen, somebody picks up. What we found in many communities that there is no 24/7 operations of social services. So right there, even though we've got these, $6.8 billion that's coming in overall, how many of those are actually available when that call needs to happen, when that mental health goes out? So what Edmonton has done is to actually coordinate that response. So they only have 7 partners, social sector partners, that they've really curated as part of that response, and they have a coordinated approach to those calls. And you can see some of the early results. They've only implemented this in the last 6 months. The other piece to tell you is it's not going to be a one solution for everything. So this is one example that they're taking on. They're tackling domestic violence as another approach moving forward, and then some. So it's one example of a fulsome safety and well-being approach for them, but showing some interesting results. As you can see, the big aha for Edmonton has been this piece that the 24/7 isn't there. So if it's not there, what does the social sector need to do to be able to actually take those calls and take them in an accountable way with consistent service delivery as well? That's not always the case. Sometimes frontline services are not that they're not funded well, but is the funding going to the frontline services that are essential to this response? Or are they funded in activities that are not necessarily related to where policing needs them? So it's not about defunding social services or policing, but it's right sizing. And so I encourage us to start thinking about the right size and the right intervention for the issue at hand. So that's one. We'll go to the next one. Here we go. So this is a smaller example, so not as big, but still really relevant. So this is from Lethbridge, Alberta, a community with the highest supervised consumption use in the world, and it happens to be in our backyard out here in Alberta. For them, same thing. They've got a systematic approach going up and down, from vision all the way to tactics. But this is a tactic, right? So this is small, and you need to have like 50 tactics happening at the same time. And yes, consultation and deliberation are part of it, but you also need to do this building of community partnerships as well. So this is an interesting one because majority of their crimes that have these calls to police are actually resulting from not, instead of victim blaming or offender blaming, because these are crimes of opportunity and crimes of poverty, crimes of addiction and mental health. How can we shift the narrative that this is in all our benefit to do things differently? So the work is engaging the youth that are actually perpetrating those crimes to say, hey, what do you need from the social sector? You're clearly not getting it right now, right? So rather than us coming at them as with the police hat on, coming and guess what? They actually want to talk to police too. If you're actually serious about listening and changing how you do business, but they have critique for police and they have critique for all of us at the same time, for health services, for the child welfare system, right? So it's shifting the narrative to what we can do differently together. They're dictating what they need, and all the needs that they have are about social needs. So it's basic needs, it's mental health, it's addiction support, it's poverty related. So what are we doing to wrap the youth in those supports? Then there's all the accountability that community has as well. So in Lethbridge, majority of these opportunities that are creating a sense of lack of safety are also because people are just simply not locking their car doors, right? So how do we shift the responsibility and accountability to citizens without saying, hey, citizen, it's your fault that your shed got broken into? So it's a tactic. It's nothing revolutionary, but it's incremental action. And when you stack all these incremental actions up and you have those core values around equity and around root causes, and you're building that trust, then it's that long-term process doesn't have to be so overwhelming. You have to start is the big thing. And what I heard is that frustration around action. So I really strongly encourage that incremental action in the right direction to rebuild that trust as well. And I think that the chief will need everyone's support to take forward his agenda for transformation. So I'll pass it back to Mo around exactly that. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So I think I have 2 more slides. Hopefully we're not running out of our time. So I'm gonna speed through this one, but it just gives an overview of how we outlined them within the report that you can read in greater detail. The 2 slides that I have to show you are gonna be some of them are gonna be high level, long-term, and then some that you can do now, a little bit more tactical, as Alina mentioned. So the first thing, what opportunities are next do we see? Adopt a trauma-informed approach. And this is really important. We heard a lot today about sort of the trust and the building of relationships with, in particular, racialized communities within Ottawa. We definitely see that across the board, and Ottawa is not alone in this venture, as others are as well. The idea is to conduct a service and referral analysis. So we see you have all of these service elements within Ottawa, but really you need to identify, who are the best partners to align with in order to make sure that you're best meeting the needs of the community. I think, they did a certain thing in Edmonton where, maybe they saw of all their elements, there were perhaps 8 or 10 programs and services that they actually referred to within this big bucket that's available to them, and why is that? So there needs to be a little bit more of an analysis done towards that. Use a supply and demand approach to identify the gaps and prioritize investment. And again, we would follow that up with developing a particular integrated investment framework. As Alina said, this is about optimizing what's out there. We know, we can see how much money is going into the system, and really this does require collaboration and alignment with all community members and the funders and people that fund these organizations and programs to see what works best for the communities that are being served here, and how can we optimize that better. And that would follow with some transparent development of a framework that can really ecosystem-wide track performance, right, and evaluation, and how are we tracking the efficiency of this work together. And that has to be done in consultation with community and with partners and stakeholders across the board. And then, of course, we heard also tonight about that racialized and Black and Indigenous communities and transgender and all of these sort of concerns that with the relationship building with OPS. And we definitely call for that work within our reconciliation framework as well, and something to keep in mind in representation on these committees, boards, task force actions to get things moving. And so then very quickly, lastly, some of the things that we think are opportunities right now. Adopting a culture with an OPS that promotes effective, high quality referrals. Again, that's taking a look at those partners, prioritizing a community stakeholder roundtable, which most importantly should include people with lived experience and grassroots organizations. I think we heard from a lot of really great public delegations tonight who are representative of that. And I think we shouldn't lose track of those community members that are willing to step up in this space that is quite difficult and hard to do, but we know that there's a lot of passionate people out there that could support this work. Implement a community crisis support line by building on the existing 911 processes and capabilities, to the point that we've heard, there is an infrastructure there in the 911. People know if you have an issue, you call 911. We've all been trained since we are little ones. It's the one thing we first learn about using a telephone. For those people that still use telephones, that 911 is something that you can use. And so how do we build on that infrastructure to best support and look for ways for a community crisis support line? Look at leveraging the call data to identify the acuity. This goes a little bit to what Alina was saying with help, but also the helpline that Edmonton is doing, but understanding how can we reduce victimization and crimes of trauma. And then lastly, coordinated access system for housing in particular. We saw an Indigenous coordinated access system that we know is burgeoning in Ottawa, and how can we develop and work alongside those service providers and programs that are doing this work already. We know that Ottawa doesn't need to be OPS doesn't need to be leading all of this work, but they can definitely sit and support with those that are already doing the work. And sometimes it's just finding the right partner. I think that's all we have.
Oh, we had one item that was left over from earlier. There was a question about what was included in the police budget analysis. So the team looked back. It's actually outlined in page 36 to 37. There's a bunch of examples for what would have been included in that category in the report. So happy to put that up or kind of fill your boots.
Thank you. We're going to go to public delegations right now, and then we'll go to questions from the members of the board after that. So we'll start with Michelle Hurtubise from the Centertown Community Health Center. Can you maybe take that slide down?
Yeah. Hi there.
Hi, Michelle. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here as the Executive Director of Centertown Community Health Center and one of the 12 community health and resource centers that recently published the Rethinking Community Safety Report. Thank you for the opportunity to share more about the findings of Rethinking Community Safety Report in the context of the Health Seekers Report. In a post-COVID context where we're rebuilding and rethinking about how we do things, the Rethinking Community Safety Report highlighted an opportunity to better apply existing spending and improve community safety. In these financially constrained times, we were not asking about new spends. It's not asking the city to spend more. Instead, it asks the question, is the city spending the money where it should? And how can resources be reallocated to be more effective? In our framing of health and social services, the Rethinking Community Safety Report interviewed and included data about nonprofit, frontline, and some grassroots organizations that work directly with community members. We only interviewed organizations that have an understanding of the challenges marginalized people are facing and have extensive experience in responding to those challenges in the community. After reading the Health Seekers Report, we'd like to further elaborate the services within Ottawa's social safety net that respond to community crises and promote community safety in Ottawa. In the Health Seekers Report, under the category of supportive healthcare, it lists $1.4 billion that is allocated to technical supports in Ottawa. This includes services such as accreditation, diagnostics such as lab results, and the collection and distribution of the blood supply for all of Canada. Without diminishing the value of these services, it's clear that a diagnostic test cannot respond to a youth who is disturbing the peace at 2 a.m. People who collect and distribute the blood supply for Canada play an important role, but they are not able to support a homeless man who is having a mental health crisis. These are just completely different services that belongs in a completely different analysis of community safety. The report also includes any organization related to health and social services that has a head office that's located in Ottawa in its analysis. Many of the organizations that are listed as having the highest funding allocations in the city's social safety net are in fact international development organizations that have a national scope and or are research or knowledge mobilization oriented. So these include, among others, the International Development Resource or Research Center, CUSO International, Ontario Cerebral Palsy Sports Association, the Canadian Red Cross Society, and a national aviation safety charity, among others. To include these as part of the service infrastructure supporting vulnerable people in Ottawa does little to help with the meaningful analysis of local needs. Once again, these organizations do not belong in analysis of Ottawa's safety net. If we wanted to better understand local responses to safety in Delhi, India, we could look at the work of IDRC or CUSO, but these international organizations do not have the services that can respond to a homeless woman who needs warm clothes and food to stay for the night. These organizations are not locally focused and cannot contribute to an analysis of Ottawa's social safety net. So when you say that there's $6.8 billion invested, but no 24/7 response, it's a little frustrating. Through rethinking the community safety report, we have raised the issue that Ottawa sends police to do a lot of things that they're not best trained or best prepared to do, and that's inexpensive and ineffective. Our report highlights that City Council could do better applying existing spending and improve community safety by funding social services, and it lists a wide range of relevant and effective services that have been based on research and evidence that could be immediately scaled up to better respond to and reduce crises in Ottawa at a lower cost. Solving the challenges that we face, we agree, requires strong partnerships and collaboration that already exist in our community, And we are ready to be part of the discussion of how to do this differently and using this report to provide us the community safety report and as a starting point for those discussions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we will move to our next delegation, Andrea Poncia from Somerset West Community Health Center. Andrea, you're on mute. Can you?
I apologize. Thank you. Thanks
No
so much for
problem.
having me today.
Go ahead.
I'm just, all right. And so I'm here to replace Alexa Paz. She's a board member at Somerset West Community Health Center who was unable to stay on. So I apologize that she had to leave. So my name is Andrea Poncia and I'm a staff member at Somerset West Community Health Center, one of the 12 community health and resource centers that recently published the Rethinking Community Safety Report. Thank you for the opportunity to share more about the findings of the report. As CHRCs, we come to this work focusing on what we know, local social services. And one thing that we clearly see and experience every day at the front lines of promoting community safety in Ottawa is that funding for social services has not kept pace with the demand for services or the increasing complexity of residents' needs. Over the years, the small increases in funding significantly lag behind the overall rate of population growth and rising levels of demand. In this context, the Help Seekers document gives the impression of a report being done to rather than with Ottawa's social services sector. If local organizations were more involved in creating this report, it would have helped steer the authors to some independently corroborated, accurate, recent, and undeniable data that clearly demonstrates the levels of underfunding in Ottawa's social services system. The Help Seekers report indicates that, quote, health funding from the City of Ottawa for mental health and addiction services has increased 4% from $488 million in 2019 to $507 million in 2020. There's no footnote to identify the source of this and other information throughout the report, so we're unsure of where it comes from. But what we do know is this data does not correspond with what the city's Community and Social Services Department has shared through its recent review of the community funding framework. During the recent community funding review process, the city reported that there were 300 applications requesting a total of $66 million in funding. Sadly, through the allocation process, the city had only the capacity and resources to fund 95 organizations for a total of $25.8 million. Looking at the large number of organizations that applied for limited city funding, we can see that there are far less dollars available in the system than there are demands for services in Ottawa. And the Help Seekers number is even less accurate when you consider that the report lacks the historical analysis and does not capture the cuts to social services over the past 30 years in Ottawa. For further evidence of funding shortfalls in Ottawa's social services sector, we can look to the community safety report, the Rethinking Community Safety that was published last month. Over 50 local social services organizations were interviewed for the report, and we found a wide range of relevant and effective services in Ottawa that could immediately be scaled up to better respond to and reduce crises in Ottawa at a lower cost. The report found that while social services offer significant opportunities to improve community safety at a lower cost than this current model, they continue to suffer from chronic funding shortfalls. And this is not the only source of relevant recent analysis done on this issue. The 2018 Community Wellbeing Report highlighted serious concerns about the capacity of community services to respond to community crises. In the face of chronic underfunding, many organizations were at a crisis point then, particularly those called upon to address the increasing difficulty for thousands of residents to meet their basic needs. The Help Seeker report recommends the creation of a community safety and wellbeing funders table to better align, eliminate redundancies, and redistribute resulting cost savings. But it's not clear how the Help Seekers reached the conclusion that organizations are poorly aligned, uncoordinated, or that there could be cost savings. Through the city's lengthy and extensive process of reviewing their community funding framework dollars, they did not find duplication of Ottawa's social services sector, and neither did the Rethinking Community Safety report. In our research, the inefficiencies were scarcity driven when there were some. It's very hard to do a good job off the side of your desk. Programs strung together from multiple funding sources are always going to struggle more with being coordinated than those robustly funded and appropriately supported. But at the same time, evidence shows that collaboration is built into the fabric of social services, where funders like the city and others require organizations to demonstrate strong collaborations in order to even receive funding. The ethos of collaboration is built into the fabric of social services, and there are several community leaders, such as the Ottawa Local Immigration Partnership, that currently bring the community together to use the best available evidence, including race-based data, to make decisions that reflect and engage local communities. And this is important because real change will have to be led by the people most affected, specifically grassroots Black, Indigenous, and racialized individuals and organizations who have the most direct experience of the impact of systemic discrimination. We agree that the current allocations need to be reviewed using an anti-racism and anti-oppression lens, and that organizations that have racialized leaders and working towards to fight systemic discrimination need to be funded to do these services. I can see you, Diane, unmute. Councillor Dean's unmuting me.
Yeah, because your time is up. If you could just wrap up.
All right. So the Rethinking Community Safety Report recommends to move forward from here in a positive way, and we're looking to collaborate moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments for this delegate? Member Sweda.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrea, for your delegation. Just a question. You mentioned that some of the programs that provide the funding for your organization requires you to be collaborative with other organizations. Can you just expand on that?
Sure. So, for example, when you're applying for funding, you'll be asked to demonstrate in your funding proposal who you're collaborating with specifically and how you're going to be working together. Sometimes it's even as formalized as, you need to have partnership agreements written within the proposal. So you would put in the partnership agreement explaining, this partner will do this partner will do that. And very often you have to include several partners. You can't just say, I'm going to work with this one organization. You really have to show comprehensive and deep relationships that are going to work together. And that's not just for the city. That's a very common practice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you, Andrea, for being here tonight. We appreciate it. We'll now go to Sean Meager. Hi, Sean, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very kindly. My name is Sean Maher. I'm a public policy researcher, and I was the principal researcher behind the Rethinking Community Safety Report. I'm grateful for the time that you've made for us today, and rather than make multiple deputations over the course of the day, I will try and squeeze in everything I have to say about the data on today's agenda into one brief presentation. To begin with, I want to commend the board for holding this data-rich meeting. There are multiple research documents and reams of data before you, and data-driven public policy is important. But of course, as the saying goes, data is where you start, not where you stop. The interpretation of data matters, and that requires a clear sense of context, the real world experiences related to how that data plays out on the ground. And I want to speak to the context as it affects the data that's in front of you today. The first example is certainly the Help Seekers report, which my colleagues Michelle and Andrea have gone into some detail about. In addition to a data methodology that is shaky, it's a really good example of what happens when folks gather and analyze data without connecting properly to people on the ground. They end up conflating things that are actually quite different, as Michelle pointed out. They assume things that reflect how data plays out in the real world that aren't accurate. And as a consequence, they arrive at conclusions that are not as well informed as they need to be to drive good public policy. I sincerely hope, after Michelle and Andrea's comments, the board is not inclined to have the police curate or disrupt the social services sector in Ottawa, but actually to collaborate with it. I won't dwell further on help seekers, as Michelle and Andrea have covered that in their deputations. But the second piece of research I think that is important to look at today and look at in context is the results of the consultations. The data there is extensive and rich and informative, but again, needs to be read in context. For example, the way the data on income of participants in the consultation is reported makes it hard to see how badly underrepresented lower income Ottawans are in the data. And since that's a population whose views on policing tend historically to be somewhat different than those of upper income residents, this data has to be read as a non-random sample. Similarly, the report notes that 43% of the respondents felt the police were good or very good at responding to emergency calls. And because of that, because the other responses were lower, it categorized that as a mostly positive response. But surely 43% is not the target number here. Viewed in the context of the overall goals of the service, 43% is not a positive number. In fact, overall, read against the goals of the service, many of the numbers in this report tell us that there is real cause for concern and a compelling reason to explore significant changes. I can't help but touch on the fact that 51% of respondents wanted to increase the police budget, while 42% wanted it the same or lower in a non-random sample skewed to upper incomes. But at the same time, over 70% wanted alternative responses to people in crisis. This suggests that there are some serious considerations that are before the board in thinking about the results of that consultation. The third area of data I wanted to touch on is actually the data that isn't here. Reporting on many police metrics is limited and sometimes fairly opaque. As an example, much has been made of the risk of dramatically cutting officer strength if the budget is lower than 3%, the budget increase is lower than 3%. But workforce projections at the OPS have a poor track record of accurately predicting the results. And as a consequence, public perceptions about workforce capacity tend to be at odds with the facts. Year after year, the OPS projects the need to hire many officers to hit their workforce targets. But year after year, the retirements and resignations that are anticipated don't materialize in the same volume, but continued hiring pushes ahead and pushing the service over its target staffing. They were, according to this year's, the latest workforce projection, 58 officers over that target. The OPS has grown by about 100 officers in the last 3 years, according to your annual reports. And despite that growth, satisfaction, perceptions of safety, and perceptions of police capacity to respond have fallen. That should tell any data-driven analyst that more and more police is not the answer to those issues. But beyond that, even those who nonetheless believe that more officers are needed, this year's workforce projection showed that the force will grow by 30 officers as targeted with limited hiring, and subsequent to that workforce projection, enough officers were freed up from the SRO program to offset all but 2 of the new hires identified as necessary. That means the police service will put more officers on the street next year than their workforce plan calls for, even without new hires, at a savings of millions of dollars. Other savings have not yet been fully tallied. As you discussed earlier, the potential savings from tasers, the potential savings from body-worn cameras is also one that you could consider, and deferring those purchases until there is real data before the board that shows that those help reduce violence, data the board certainly does not have currently, would be a useful way to look at managing the budget. But returning to officers' response.
Sean, your time is up. If you could wrap up, please.
Okay, I was just going to say that officers responding to calls is certainly something that you can also address through the recommendations in the Rethinking Community Safety Report. We currently spend about $50 million a year policing homeless people and $75 million a year policing mental health. And when officers can't be found in suburban jurisdictions or to respond to calls in a timely way, it is primarily not because there aren't enough of them, but because they're tied up doing somebody else's work somewhere else. There are alternatives that could free up those officers that we could implement today, and more that we could implement over time. And the board could send a very valuable signal to the community that has indicated that they're looking to see change by implementing some of those in the near term. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, and I apologize for pronouncing your last name wrong. I'd actually written it down wrong, so sorry about that.
It's one of those Irish names that's unpronounceable for everyone.
Well, my family name is Flaherty, so I should get an Irish name right. Okay, so thank you. Are there any questions for this delegation? Okay, seeing none, I appreciate you being here, Sean. We're going now to move to questions for the presenters tonight. I just had a couple to start. And the first one was one of our delegations, I'm not sure if you were on the call earlier, but had asked about divisional support. And I wondered if you could explain what that is.
We're probably not the best people to explain divisional supports. I think it was in relation to what was accounted for when we looked at the OPS budget. So what the team did is connect with obviously the folks at the OPS to explain to us what aspects of their expenditures went into social service aspects. So I think we broke everything that we could out on page 36 and 37 of the report, because it's not just one item. And there's different aspects that were delivered under frontline, such as social services or victim services that would have been included within that. But anybody from OPS that can chime in on that, more than welcome to hand that over to you as well.
Okay, Trish.
Yeah, I think it's referring to the fact that we deploy out of 3 different divisions. And I think there was reference to fixed operations as well, and that is the platoons that we have. So there's 6 platoons, 3 different divisions, and then a fixed operations across the city as well. So I believe that's what it was probably referring to.
Thank you. My second question, we've heard some criticism of the Help Seekers report tonight because it seemed to wrap sort of everything, maybe but the kitchen sink, into the analysis. And, you know, we heard that I thought a good point was made about some of the INGOs. Just took a quick look in the appendix and see that those 3 international INGOs in the analysis make up over $570 million in 2021. And then, of course, there's provincial and upper tier money that seems to be wrapped into this number. So could we, I think it would be more meaningful if it was broken down into what the actual municipality controls of this money and what's actually much more local. So have you done that?
So it's a really, really important point that was made. So see, the way that the data is divided up is by the organizations themselves, so that when they make a report to the charities directorate, they say they have to self-categorize. So they'll say, I'm in social services, or I'm in community services, or I'm in mental health and addictions. So the organization itself self-selects and declares that to the federal government. So we reported on what they reported to the CRA. So we know that they're located in Ottawa and that they're declaring this as their purpose. So we try to call as much as we can down to Ottawa, but we also can't change their classification that they gave themselves. So these organizations were under those categories from the CRA directorate. However, what's really important that everybody talked about, and funny enough, I know they tore it up, but this is important because it's a question of, where does the money go? And is that what Ottawa needs? And if we don't understand it, and if we don't agree with those classifications, then what else do we need to dig into? So to me, it's this opportunity to say, well, there is a big number that us as taxpayers, as citizens, are putting into the social safety net. And clearly nobody's happy with it. Clearly none of us at this table think it's good enough for Ottawa. We can do better. And the interesting thing too is that I always advocate for the homeless sector. I come from the homelessness sector and I know how underfunded it is. And to me, this report is an opportunity for those advocates to say, why are we so underfunded? Why is the vulnerable population that we're serving not getting a bigger share of this $6.8 billion? Where has this gone astray? And I think that's actually a commonality that everybody that spoke today has with each other. So I would say use this report to have those conversations and ask to dig deeper. In some communities, we see that a lot of the funds go into this middle layer that nobody understands what the outcomes are for. So our frontline are underfunded, victimized and vulnerable themselves at minimum wage precarious work, taking on the most complex clients that we have and anywhere in Canada. And then we're battling for scraps, but there's money there. So what's happening? To me, it's a call for transparency and to ask these deeper questions. And I think that's commonality that the OPS has with everybody that spoke today. I think it's in everybody's best interest to dig deeper. And look at this as the first step in that transparency, to have a real conversation. That would be my take. So absolutely, we can dig deeper. We need community to do that, right? So there's only certain things we can get out of this open data. I think we've been up and down honest about the limitations of what we can get. This is although the first time our sector has dug into this. Mo and I both come from the social sector. We never knew this. We were always battling for $20,000, and here's billions, let's dig into that, but let's dig into it together. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Member Meehan?
Thank you, Chair. When I read the report, I guess I must have misread it. I thought there were over 10,000 agencies, but can you just define that just a little bit better? There's not that many agencies. Those are services that are supplied by how many agencies? Do we know how many in Ottawa?
We do. Do I have it in my right at the top of my head? No. It's on average about 5 services, I believe. But that's just a national average off the top of my head. I don't know, Mo, if you have the number of listings in Ottawa handy. We can pull it up. It should be in the report though.
Yeah, we're pulling it up right now, but just to note that, it's services, it's programs, it's helplines, it's benefits, it's all of those things. And to the example, there could be one organization that has listed 10 different programs that they have within their whole organization. But yeah, we can provide that number for you. Somebody else is checking for us to get that exact number.
Yeah, I think in order to determine whether there's duplication or overlapping or gaps, I think we need to hammer down those numbers and figure out like how many of the agencies are delivering homeless services. We have a wait list here in Ottawa, and we've discovered over the last few months that nobody is triaging the homeless to figure out, are they on several different lists? Are they on one list? I guess that's what I'm getting at. I was kind of blown away when I read the report. I thought the 10,000 was agent. I was like, that's not possible. But those are the services. Okay. But I'd love to find out how many agencies are the different categories. I know that you said there's charitable organizations, there are agencies that are funded. So the different category, the legitimate organizations that are delivering social services, I think I'd like to get a handle on that number.
And that exact item that's the stuff that we need to engage with the community on, because there's no open data to figure that out. I mean, we can dig as much as we can. It's also sometimes an organization will say they do something, but the clients are like, no, they don't, or they say they offer something and then that it's out of commission, or it's been out of commission for a while because of defunding or changing an eligibility criteria. So sorry, I'm speaking out of turn, Chair. I'm not used to this format.
I do it all the time. Don't worry. Yeah, I think we have to triage, I think, some of our the needs maybe a little bit better, and know exactly where the services are, where you can best access those services. And that will ultimately help us when it comes to, when we want to divest police of some of the services that they provide us right now. They'll have a better handle on who's best to step in at a certain point. So yeah, I would be very curious about those numbers. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Member Meehan. Member Sueda?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alina and Monique, for your presentation. I asked that question to one of the delegates with regards to your presentation, and in their discussion, she mentioned that one of the requirements to get funding was having collaboration with other groups. And I know, there's a lot of things that we need to clarify with your reports and other reports, but I think overall, there's a certain trend that I'm noticing, and I'm wondering, maybe Chief, is there a way that, and I think, sorry, just I'm a little bit all over the place, but I think Alina mentioned that there was something in Edmonton where the Edmonton police have identified several organizations that they're collaborating with to help triage some of the calls that member Mian just kind of mentioned. And I guess, Chief, more of a question to you: is this a possibility that we can kind of identify several of these social groups that can help triage this, and it might take us a step closer to offloading some of the responsibilities that the police currently are taking on?
Thank you very much, Member Sueda. In fact, that's almost the exact approach that we tried earlier on in the year when we, to use Alina's terms, curated a group of mental health practitioners, organizations, institutions, backbone organizations that had infrastructure, capability, service delivery, subject matter expertise. That became the guiding council that supported the chair's motion to move that guiding council to the community safety wellbeing plan, where the police continue to play a support role, but always in support of a group of community organizations, some of them service providers, some of them with financial capability, some of them with capital infrastructure and backbone around which we could develop a better, more integrated, more effective, and more cost-effective group of services to meet demand. We've been doing that across the city for years and years. We just haven't done it truly in a coordinated way. We haven't done it in a truly data-informed way, and we truly haven't done it in a collaborative way. So we are doing it already. Can we do it more? Can we do it more effectively? And can we do it to better cost effectiveness? That's the only answer in front of us. But unfortunately, throughout this entire board meeting, it still seems to have been the spirit of competition, not collaboration, which is driving the majority of the content being presented here. And I have to tell you, we never presented this work. Dr. Alina and her team have never presented this work as a completed piece of work. It's a step towards a process of ongoing improvement, collaboration, data sharing. And unfortunately, the response seems to be, rather than to see how we could use it, it's to attack it. I go back to, this is a tool. As imperfect as it is, it's a tool that our partners in the community and even our detractors in the community can use to advance at least a common ground that we all agree on. There's money in the system, including in the Ottawa Police Service, that is not being used optimally to meet the needs of the people that need those services the most. How do we work together and not against each other to move that forward?
Thank you, Chief. Just one more question. And maybe this is to Alina. How is the efficacy of this program working with the Edmonton Police? Have they successfully partnered with groups, with community groups that are giving 24/7 service and even triage, helping the police triage a call if it's mental health and whatnot? Is that successful in Edmonton?
Well, it is to some extent, and I'll go back to the points that the delegates also made around, there's the money in the system, and then there's coordination of the service delivery to meet client needs. And those are actually two separate things and that are not actually connected. And that's the problem. And somebody asked, what's the kind of on the ground evidence that coordination isn't happening? Literally ask any lived experience person. We will tell you it's not happening. I'm not sure how much more evidence you need than that. But in fact, find me somebody that says like the system is coordinated, the system is equitable, the system is optimized. Says nobody ever. So on that, what has been happening in Edmonton is they, sat down and said, which of these partners are actually willing to work with police, because as the chief said, lots of folks are not wanting to work with police. Who's coming to the table to help police transform, but also transform their service delivery? Who's delivering services that clients actually want? Because PS, a lot of stuff, and I've been on all sides of it. I've been frontline outreach worker in the homeless sector, and I've been a funder. A lot of the stuff out there, clients don't actually want or need. And then how many of them have the resources to be part of this partnership? And those are the 7 I referenced before in the help model. Now, what's tricky about it is, even though I don't want to say mastered, but they've figured out a better way to triage the clients into services. When they make the service contact, the service itself, because of funding criteria, eligibility criteria, capacity problems, the service is actually not meeting what the client actually needs. So the client has to be referred to 7 different services from 7 different organizations to get a wraparound support. Sorry about the dogs. They know it's supper time. But that's their next evolution. And that's why I say it's not just about police transforming. Absolutely. Yes, you need to do that. But the system itself, the social service sector, and I'm not calling out the folks that presented today. I know they're the ones doing the heavy lifting, but we need everybody to come in behind them and lift them up so that they can do their work there in a way that isn't burning them out and hiring people at wages that are not commensurate to the type of complexity that they're dealing with either. So it's a call to action, but it's a coming together for these 2 sides that seem to be at odds, and you're never going to make it if you keep butting heads like this, because the change is above. It's provincial government, it's federal government, is the people who are making the decisions about where these billions are going. And yes, it's not about, calling this international one and this diagnostic service is not being relevant. Absolutely. But if Ottawa is bleeding right now, then somebody needs to take that message up to the decision makers that are making some of these calls of where the billions are going, to make sure that Ottawa gets what it needs, because that money is getting spent. So just some thoughts.
Thank you. I guess one more question, Chair, maybe for you, is how do we get those provincial and federal partners to look at this more collaboratively?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I guess as a local politician for a long time, I've been focused on the local information. I understood very much what the community health and resource sector was saying tonight, because that's what we control. And those big dollars that are in this report are not controlled by us. They're not going to be controlled by us. We can write a letter, but unless we get elected to those upper tier governments, we don't control those funds. And that's the reality that we face. So, I don't know that, $570 million going to 3 INGOs is something that we can do anything about, but we know it's not helping us locally. It's helping somebody somewhere, but it's not helping us locally. And we really have no control over that money. So I think it's sort of limited. It's important information, it's interesting information, but it's just limited in what we can do with it.
Thank you, Chair.
With your permission, one of the INGOs reference was Red Cross Canada, if I'm not mistaken. Red Cross Canada is an international organization. I sat on the board for 4 years. But a tremendous amount of the work gets done in communities across Canada from coast to coast to coast, including northern remote Inuit and Indigenous communities, including responding to the flooding and the tornadoes and the ice storms right here in the city. They provide housing and shelter support when buildings burn down. Red Cross Canada actually supported an entire apartment building of low-income and new immigrant housing in Toronto in a fire on Wellesley Street 5 years ago. So to consider them an INGO is accurate, but to consider them not an element of a backbone organization that provides on-the-ground street-level services in cities and communities across Canada is inaccurate. So there's an example of a large funded multinational international organization that has a very strong local tactical footprint right here in Ottawa and in communities right across the country. The province, this Ontario province, is the only province to have community safety well-being as part of a legislative framework for police service delivery. You as the board chair, me as the police chief, have direct access to the Solicitor General, around which there is the opportunity to seek funding for local supports to deliver community safety and well-being. This board knows, as does the Ontario Coalition of Healthcare Centres know, that I applied to the Solicitor General for funding to provide a pilot for us to work together with the mental health sector, with the social services sector, with the housing sector in the market NRT to address these complex social issues. The province cut the money for almost $1 million. It went to the Ottawa LHIN and never made its way down to any social service providers or the police service. It went into that middle ether that Dr. Turner described so eloquently in her presentation. So yes, we can actually affect multinational, international NGOs. We can affect provincial funding. The federal government talked about providing funding for youth at risk of guns when they were talking about their gun crime legislation. We had an opportunity to apply for those funds if we could have got together with the healthcare sector, the social services sector, you and I, we could have collaborated on that as an application. There are opportunities for us to do this. To throw our hands in the air and say, there's nothing more we can do, I think we can actually do a lot more. The problem is, for the last 18 months, we've been fighting against each other instead of working with each other.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone else? Seeing none, Alina and Monique, thank you very much for your presentation and being here tonight. We appreciate it. Received on this report?
Thank you. We did find, Chair, the number of locations within Ottawa as 1,224.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Okay, moving then to item number 8, budget consultation. Chief, I understand you have a presentation on this item, so I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to turn things quickly over to Executive Director John Steinbeck for the presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. If we could just make sure that Jen Gadiali is in the room as well. Kristen, is she there? Yeah, I think Jen's there. Great. Thank you, board. I know it's been a long night and I have a 15-slide presentation. So I'm going to try to harness some of Member Johnson's hope there and we'll try to get through this. Before we begin, I just want to take us back that in July when the board directed us to do this consultation, there was a lot of discussion there. I think we brought it for approval at FAC and again at the board meeting. Subsequent to that, I know there was a lot of work that went on, that happened afterwards. I want to thank everybody. Before we start, Jen Gadiali was on this call, a number of other people, the members of the board who contributed to a lot of this work. It's a really large piece of work. It's probably one of the bigger consultations we've done. And I don't think we could have done it without the members of the CEC, the members of the board, the members of the service, and the members of the community who participated in it. If we could go to the first slide there, Kevin. So like I said, we developed earlier this summer with the board a consultation plan to carry out the board's consultation for the 2022 OPS draft budget. Early on, we were working on, one of the main features of the consultation that I think has been focused on was the public survey. But as we go through this presentation, I think we'll see there's a number of pieces here that are worth considering. This was informed by a wide diversity of data collection methods. We have about 8,000 people or have contributed in some way, whether through focus groups, one-on-one consultations, study reviews, social media analysis, delegations here at the board, like we've heard tonight, an environmental scan. We really did put an emphasis on trying to obtain feedback from diverse, racialized, and marginalized communities. We conducted the survey in 8 languages online and 1 language by paper. In a lot of cases, we were pretty happy with the targeted outreach, and it opened up a number of communications channels with people. Thanks, Kevin. So at the top, before I get into the key learnings, I just want to give a caution. I mean, we've heard a lot of the speakers speak, the delegates speak tonight, and some of our colleagues from the CHRCs, we had a meeting with them last week and they were here this evening to talk about the data. A lot of the focus is on the public survey, and I'm not trying to take attention off of it, but I do want to point out that, in this discussion, we had polling from Advanced Symbolics, we had we used some help from Help Seeker, we had the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan data, an environmental scan, our member engagement study. We had one-to-one conversations with people, and there were some real consistent themes that we heard throughout. So I think it's important that we take, the board takes this information away and thinks about it over the next couple of weeks. I'm hoping that that's what we'll do, and I'm hoping it's also going to contribute to your strategic planning. So here's some of the key learnings that we learned. Number one, police services matter to Ottawa residents, and residents want improvements. This is probably the key thing through every single discussion we had. Currently, we're using that discussion and that feedback to guide our budget planning. A majority of respondents do not support a reduction in the OPS budget. However, a large segment, 26%, are in favor of reducing funding to the OPS. I want to take you back to July. This was the key question that was driving the consultation at that time. So that's why it was focused on amongst the 40 questions in our survey. I think it made up about 5 of those questions. We took this opportunity to go above that because one thing we saw was that the simplicity of that question might not be super helpful to the debate that the board is trying to solve about the future of policing and how we move together as a community. Another key theme we learned was the need to earn back public trust. All the studies we're seeing are showing that public trust in policing is sliding nationally and locally, and no one likes it. We want to turn that around. And we know that we need to engage better with diverse, marginalized, and racialized communities. That's very clear. Another key theme that came through loud and clear was develop an alternative response method to social issues, particularly mental illness, and addiction. I think we've heard enough about that tonight. That was a common theme, whether you spoke to police officers or members of the community, it didn't matter. Finally, address community safety issues. We see the same issues around road and pedestrian safety, violence against women, violent crime and gun violence. I believe for the first time that I've seen, and I've been covering since the 90s, this type of thing, mental health and addictions was prominent in that list. You go to the next slide there, Kevin. So the OPS, the board and OPS survey. We co-developed this with the board and the CEC in the summer. Went over the questions, posted them online at the beginning of September. It was a great effort done to make sure we got this far and wide. On a daily, we put it out there through social media, community networks, the web, every single angle we could think of, earned media. We would watch the numbers come in every single day and adjust our efforts accordingly to keep the numbers as high as we could. At the end of the day, we ended up with 4,400 participants, which we're quite happy with. So the results. Respondents are more satisfied than dissatisfied with OPS quality of service. 42% very satisfied and 34% dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. Again, like I said, trust in OPS has been eroded. The numbers are there on the board. I know that some of you read them or seen them in the news. Most respondents wanted to increase or at least maintain the OPS budget. The numbers we've been crystal clear to show every number throughout the surveys as much as we could to try to make sure everyone understood the methodology and how we went about doing this. There's actually quite a long discussion at the start showing some of the limitations of the survey that I believe many of the delegates are quoting. An alternative model for mental health response is a top priority. Again, this is just for one of the surveys we saw. This was a major issue. And Kevin, could you go to the next slide? So I'll just try to get through the slide a little quicker because I know you guys are pressed for time and we're coming on 9 o'clock. Perceptions of community safety and personal safety are divided. This one is always I find interesting. 47% perceive that community safety for the city of Ottawa has decreased, whereas 47% felt that their own community largely remained unchanged. I always find that interesting stats. I don't know why. The increased focus on crime and police presence are top priorities for the majority. Again, the issue of police presence, 68% favor increasing or maintaining services provided by police. When we looked at the open-ended comments, this issue around police visibility and improving service were key themes. Again, the last point here, key crime disorder issues around overdoses. I believe that's the first time we've seen overdoses lead there. And overdoses and addictions, I mean, on a community effort, I think that's one of the areas that we've been working together with in the last few years. When you look at everyone from the relationships we built at the front line with, at the safe consumption sites and the naloxone carried by officers. This has been a big focus. If we go to the next slide, please. So this slide speaks to the issues of demographics. Jen's on the line with us, and we can, at the end of this, we're happy to speak to the demographics of the survey, because I know there's been a lot of discussion here from different speakers and members of the board. So again, 4,400 people filled in the surveys, 3,200 completed in full. In a lot of cases, I believe about 20% people did not fill in the information about demographics. We acknowledge right in the report that we underrepresented Indigenous, Black, Middle Eastern, and Asian residents. Very clear on that. We did a strong effort to try to get out there in those communities through community media, through community networks. But it didn't have the full effect that we had hoped for. Actually, I don't know if member King, I know that you held, if I don't know if this is appropriate, Chair, but member King held a session specifically to deal with this type of, to get the feedback. And I don't know if you're prepared to speak to the event you held in your
well, thank you, John. I am, if the chair indulges me. As you know, on October 20th, my office in the capacity of counselor and also council liaison for anti-racism and ethnocultural relations initiatives held a virtual city budget consultation via Zoom, focused to hear the specific needs of Ottawa's Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities. That was last week. About 50 people participated. And though the meeting was primarily focused on the city's budget, I opted to have a portion of the meeting deal with police budget concerns. And during that session, we heard from some participants call for a budget freeze, as well as concurrent calls for increased investments for independent mental health response and more investments in social services. So I'm just providing this as an oral report to the board, as a written report on the consultation efforts couldn't be submitted in time for the board agenda package. And as we know, other councillors are continuing to hold budget consultations, specifically on the citywide budget. But of course, often there are discussions around police services as well. So just to note that other councillors are also holding consultations within this period on the lead up to the municipal budget.
Great, thank you. So in terms of the survey, worst perceptions of OPS were from some racialized groups of respondents. Overall satisfaction with quality service provided by OPS was significantly lower amongst Indigenous and South Asian respondents, and slightly lower amongst Latin and Hispanic respondents, but significantly higher among Black and Middle Eastern respondents. Kevin, would you mind going to the next slide? So we had a sense at the start that there's always a challenge for anyone doing any type of polling to access some of the diverse communities and racialized communities. So we also had an effort where we reached out directly to community leaders and some of the key groups out there. Again, it was very similar themes in there. There was a focus on investment in community and social services and alternative response methods. This is very pronounced. A very strong message came in when we spoke, and these are service providers. In many cases, most people in this area wanted to remain anonymous, but they confirmed a lot of the discussion we had heard. They wanted us to build relationships, trust, and confidence, specifically with youth. That was a major focus. That there was a big concern, and when you look at the numbers, both in our polls and others, some of the issues in trust and confidence in police amongst youth are very concerning. The continue to invest in diversification of OPS staff and maintain our equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives was another major theme. Again, these were more senior people in the communities who ran large services. They were representative of those racialized communities themselves. Unfortunately, they wanted to remain anonymous. I know obviously that will cause some concern amongst people, but we thought it was important to respect their anonymity. I just wanted to show you that we did take extra steps there. The Advantage poll. So Advantis had done some survey, and that Advantis is a national public opinion company, and they had done some surveys in about I think across the country, and they came around to Ottawa and a couple of other cities, and they offered us data. So we obtained the data to look at our own performance here. Again, majority report that OPS is doing a good job. 60% of participants in 2021 reported the OPS is doing a good or excellent job, slightly down from 63% in 2020. There's a theme in this study as well. Almost all the indicators, although they're still high, are moving downwards, and that is a concern. Perceptions that police, as for example, perceptions that police treat people with respect and they provide the same quality of service to everyone decreased. It was a consistent theme. Again, and I think maybe referring back to the delegate earlier today, negative perceptions about OPS response times have doubled. You can see the information there. Kevin, if you go to the next one. So there's always questions, you know, your poll, what's going on, these numbers, I don't know. And we heard some of the feedback from some of some of the delegates. So we decided to take a look at what's going on nationally. And when we compare the OPS survey and the Advantis survey to a few other surveys, and I mean, I don't know what that adds up to, but there's definitely a consistency in the themes, as you can see by the first paragraph, around public trust and satisfaction with police, concerns relating to equitable treatment of racialized communities, the need to respond in a different way. And then there's also around the issue about funding of police. And if you look at the Angus Reid and Veronica's poll, it's a national poll, it wasn't focused locally on Ottawa, but again, it's similar numbers that we saw in our own study. So there's at least consistency there. Could you go to the next slide there, Kevin? Oh, sorry, that was my bad. Keep going, Kevin. We conducted environmental scan. Again, these are the same themes that we've been bringing to the board, but they have not gone away. The declining level of trust is still very concerning. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has not gone away and continues to provide issues to us. Growing social inequity, issues around mental health and addictions continue to be a top concern. That one, if I can just, if you can just imagine to the politics in the 2000s around safe consumption sites to where we are now talking about, working together on safe supply programs and the TED program. There's been a lot of distance covered, and I think that's a good thing, and we need more of that on that sort of incremental change that Alina was talking about. Road safety, no surprise, it remains a top concern. Street violence again, and this last one, the issue of electronic crime and whether it be fraud type crimes or harassments or hate crime. This is a growing issue for everyone. Next slide, please. Now the member engagement study. First, a explanation. We had done this study back in 2020 with the intention of bringing it forward to the board strategic planning exercise, which I think had been originally scheduled for earlier this year. I know that's been delayed until next year with Strategy Corps. So we decided we were waiting to bring it forward. We thought, you know what, we've got this pile of information. We should add it here so the board has an understanding of the issues our members are facing. I do also want to say that we have not been sitting on this study. This study has driven a great deal of work internally, from the sexual violence and harassment program to leadership training to our coach officer training. The themes here, management and the executive has been driving a lot of change, or at least being inspired by these issues to deal with things inside the organization. So again, overall engagement of, if I can just go through a couple of these points, Kevin, don't. So Kevin wants to go home early, clearly. Overall engagement by OPS members decreased from 48% in 2018 to 43% in 2020. Job satisfaction also decreased slightly. Progress, this is the progress I was speaking to, and it's been the key focus of the chief and the command and basically the whole organization. Progress in three key driver areas of engagement: professional growth, organizational performance, and we've also saw the viewpoints towards the executive command rise. Again, the last point, members thought 68% felt that their work that was making a difference in keeping the community safe. Kevin, please. The board will remember the September 14th virtual community consultation open house. I can't remember what we called it exactly, but it was an online session. I think most of the board members participated there. There were 35 participants. I've been looking at what the city council has been receiving at your ward meetings, and it seems to be about the range of people that arrive. So it's not totally out of line. I think we saw some familiar faces, we saw some new faces, and what we heard was again a split. Although in this case it was a higher focus on the budget being too much. Kevin, please. Mayor and councilors input. Now, we've been around to this group about 3 times. This reflects a study done in September 2020. But again, the issues have not changed. I know that Deputy Chief Bell has just completed, I think, yet another consultation with members of council to get their viewpoints, and the issues that remain consistent around traffic, around dangerous driving. That continues to be a key focus. There's obviously a lot more focus on the police budget this year. Next slide, please. So that covers the consultation that we did. I guess 2 of the things before we finish off in the report, we did talk about a few more things I just want to touch on. One of them was the delegations. We spoke to the number of delegations that we're speaking. We wanted to reflect that because I think there's some important community feedback that the board's been hearing. We clearly laid that out in there. Emails that were received, for example, are part of that. We also did some social media analysis. I didn't bring it up in this presentation because it was underwhelming in terms of the number of interactions. The discussion on social media has not been as pronounced as other issues out there, even though it might seem that way when we run the numbers. It doesn't meet to some of the larger issues there. We can do more analysis like that if the board wishes for the November 22nd meeting. So, as I said at the start, this consultation was directed by the board and we've completed it. We are using this information currently to guide the budget development. We continue to gather feedback. I'm still receiving feedback as Member King's feedback as well, and we continue to gather that. Now, it was our intention, if you look at the end of the report, we had begun to design another consultation phase to support the board in the consultation from November 3rd on. I guess I'm looking, after hearing some of the comments, I just want to make sure that that is the will of the board, that we go plan that and conduct that consultation on behalf of the board. Again, we're in your hands there. Our intention, if you did direct us to do that, would be to come back with a consultation summary at the November 22nd board meeting to let you know what was heard. Again, we'd be looking at a very short survey this time of no more than 5 to 7 questions, and there'd be more open-ended comments. The FAC meeting, some social media information gathering, and some analysis on that level. And that's the end of the presentation. Happy to take questions. Jen's on the line as well, and any questions around modeling or numbers, we're happy to answer.
Thank you for the presentation. There are 3 members of the public that wish to address the board, so I think I will go to them first, and then we will take questions from the board. So starting with Robin Brown from 613-819 Black Hawk. Hi, Robin, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Excellent. Yes. Hi. So I think as someone mentioned, at next Wednesday's City Council meeting, the OPS will table its proposed 2022 budget and will no doubt warn of all the bad things that will happen if you and Council freeze their budget in November. So once again, I'm joining others speaking today to give you several reasons why you should do exactly that. My reasons will cover 3 themes. 1, the OPS budget's consultation report they just presented. 2, how the OPS is very selective about who they serve and protect. And 3, that most of the harm the OPS causes isn't illegal. And that's exactly the problem. First, the OPS's budget consultation report is yet another document that frames things in a way that ensures the OPS gets what it wants, more money. The finding that, quote, a majority of respondents do not support a reduction in the OPS budget, unquote, is classic OPS. First, as some delegates have mentioned, in addition to being mostly wealthier Ottawa residents, the majority they're referring to is literally the smallest majority possible, 51%. And that's not even the point. The point is that the OPS shouldn't base what it does on what the majority wants, because it's not the majority of people that the OPS is disproportionately harming and killing. It's Black, Indigenous, poor, trans, and other vulnerable people. It's not the majority of people that the OPS is disproportionately arresting. Sorry, I'm hearing a...
Sorry, I think someone had their microphone on. Can you mute your microphones if you're not speaking right now, please? Thank you. I'm sorry, Robin, go ahead.
Where was it? Yeah, so it's not the majority of people of the OPS is disproportionately arresting. It's Black, Indigenous, poor, trans, and other vulnerable people. That's why they need to tell us what Black and Indigenous residents want, and why they always avoid doing that by omitting or burying Black and Indigenous voices in the documents they use to justify getting more money every year. And this is yet another example. Allow me to illustrate my second theme, how the OPS is selective in who they serve and protect, with a story from the recent federal election. Huda Mukbel, a Black hijab-wearing woman who ran for the NDP in Ottawa South, told The Hub that her team discovered someone was destroying her campaign signs. When they caught the man who was doing it on video and asked him why he was doing it, he said it was because he wanted the Liberals to win. When they asked him why he wasn't destroying the signs of the male Conservative candidate, he didn't answer. When Huda's team filed a complaint with the OPS and provided them with the video evidence, the OPS officer they spoke with refused to charge the 70-year-old white man, saying the man had never done anything before and he was elderly. When Huda asked the officer if he'd asked the man why he did it to check if it might be a hate crime, the officer said he didn't ask and he didn't feel he needed to. Now, this is in stark contrast to last month's board meeting, where an OPS member and a member of the public praised the OPS for its work on hate crimes. I guess they were talking about hate crimes against white people. My third and last theme is that most of the harm the OPS causes isn't illegal, and that's exactly the problem. On September 7th, the CBC ran a story showing a video of OPS officers beating up an Asian guy while arresting him in May during a drug raid at a Lees Avenue apartment. The video shows two officers rushing in after one had forced the man to the ground. The second officer punches the man, who was lying face down, 15 times, while a third officer attempts to gain control of his legs. The second officer then knees the guy 4 times in 24 seconds. 2 days after the CBC released that video, Ontario Special Investigations Unit released its decision clearing OPS officers in the October 2020 death of Anthony Oust, a young Black man who jumped to his death from his 12-story bedroom window after OPS officers busted into his apartment using a no-knock raid. The SIU found, quote, no reasonable grounds to believe that Ottawa Police Service officers committed a criminal offense, unquote. The report did raise the concern that, quote, the tactical officers did not appear to pay sufficient heed to the possibility that the subject of the search warrant might attempt to flee apprehension via a descent from the building. A number of officers expressed the view that the possibility was a remote one given the height of the apartment in question on the 12th floor, unquote. So they thought it was okay to break his door down because they didn't think he would jump. These cases starkly reveal the main problem. Most of what the OPS does to harm Black and Indigenous people isn't illegal. It's policy. The system isn't broken. It's working exactly as designed. And that means the system needs to change, and we're asking you to take a crucial step in doing that by freezing the OPS budget. And one last point. OPS members who attended last month's board meeting gave you another reason to freeze their budget by revealing how they really see their role when every one of them, including the ones on this call, remained silent after a white male speaker echoed a white supremacist premise by praising the OPS for being, quote, that thin blue line that keeps the worst at bay. Oh, sorry, one correction. As I suspect, Chief Slowly will say everything I said is wrong, as he often does with delegates who are critical of the OPS, and will no doubt continue to do so since you won't tell him to stop like we asked you to. Let me clarify one thing. He
Robin, can you do it really quickly because your time's up?
Oh, yeah, he praised the thin blue line guy for his comprehensive delegation. What more reason do you need to freeze the OPS budget and start the process of moving savings to social spending, especially since Pace, the OPS's own consultant, said earlier that the city contributes the least to its own social safety net? Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. Are there any questions for the delegation? Any comments? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Pace, by the way, is the board's consultant on that as opposed to the OPS, but thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate it. We'll go next to Megan Potas.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Cool. So my name is Megan and I'm a concerned community member who also wants to see the police budget unconditionally frozen for the 2022 year. So I've spoken before specifically about the budget and the need for a police-free response to mental health emergencies. And I welcome the fact that the city is working to develop such a strategy, but I would reiterate the comments made earlier by Samia at Vivek Research that having police at the table is by definition not a police-free response. I also want to thank the previous delegates for their points about the extremely flawed budget consultation survey. I hope this board recognizes how leading the survey was in order for the OPS to produce or create the results that they wanted. And I'm eager to hear also about the outcomes of the chief's follow-up with the incident we heard today regarding a person being directed to complain to the board about underfunding for them to receive a response to their call to help. I care to only give one response to the presentation that we just saw about the police survey results, and that is that OPS never had the trust of marginalized communities such as Black, Indigenous, trans, and people experiencing poverty. So best of luck gaining that trust back. To the city councilors on this board, though, I urge you to help your constituents understand that an increased presence of police does not actually translate to less crime. Councillor Meehan, we've heard repeatedly from you that the #1 call your office receives is concerning traffic and road safety. And I'm just going to share my screen for a moment here to show a table of the traffic offense rate by ward for the year 2020. And I got this data from the City of Ottawa police crime rate trends 2019-2020, which is publicly available. So just give me a moment here. Okay, now you can see my screen. So you can see here that actually Ward 22 is tied for second last of traffic offense rates for 2020. And before we assume, though, that this is because there are not enough police officers in Ward 22 to start patrolling these streets and laying these charges. Sorry, my heater just turned on. If you can't hear me very well, let me know and I will turn it off. But before we start assuming that there just aren't enough police in Ward 22 to apply these charges, let's highlight the fact that the top 3 wards with the highest rates of traffic offenses are wards where the councillors asked for a police budget freeze last year. So clearly the communities that are actually most policed are not interested in police efforts for road safety. So Councillor Meehan, please do not let your constituents live in fear that their road safety is only guaranteed by police presence. There are many non-police and very effective road safety efforts that would actually work better than having police patrol Ward 22. Automated speed enforcement, red light cameras, modification of road infrastructure are all investments that would actually have a lasting impact on road safety in Ward 22 without having more officers patrol the roads. And in fact, I can't actually think of a bigger waste of city funds than paying uniformed police officers to sit around and patrol traffic in the suburbs. Technology can do this. So the other table that I'd like to show you, though, is the police's clearance rates for certain types of crime. Clearance rates, for listeners who may not be aware, is expressed as a percentage and is the sum of all criminal code offenses cleared by laying a charge or cleared otherwise, divided by the total of number of reported incidents. So I'll just, and it's right here. So as we can see, and again, this is from publicly available data, the OPS seems to be really good at laying charges for criminal drug and traffic offenses and other criminal code offenses, which for everybody's awareness, 80% of CCC charges in 2020 were failure to comply with an order, failure to appear, and breach of probation. The word recriminalization comes to mind when I think about this. So our police force is good at recriminalizing people, criminalizing the use of drugs, which I really hope by now our board understands that this is a community health problem, not a crime problem, and applying traffic charges. At this point,
time is up. If you could just wrap up, please.
I'll wrap right up. So my last final point is that I don't know how to otherwise describe or demonstrate to this board that the police, even by your own definition of crime, cannot solve or prevent crime. And the last very point I want to say is that not enforcing a vaccine mandate for the police is a blatant disregard for community safety, which in theory is your job. So freeze the budget, enforce a vaccine mandate, and that's my point.
Thank you very much, Megan. Are there any questions? Can you take the screen share down so I can see the members?
Yes.
Thank you. Chief Slowly.
Yeah, thank you. Didn't get a great look at the slides that were up there, but I can just comment the one slide on driving for criminal code offenses, not HTA offenses. The reason why the three highest areas were the downtown wards. That's where the vast majority of our licensed premises are. That's where the vast majority of people who drink and drive are actually committing those offenses. That's why the enforcement rates are probably higher there than any other part of the city. Other than that, this is the challenge of people taking stats and trying to do their best to interpret them and present them. And it's not an easy thing to do. I appreciate the delegation. We'll have to do our best to continue to work together to understand information and understand the best way to keep the city safe. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Slowly. Anyone else? Thank you, Megan, again for participating tonight. And we will go to Maya Basood.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am taking up space today as a Black woman and deeply concerned community member. I am here because I believe that the process that has gone behind the recent survey and the potential of another budget increase is both shameful and concerning. I attended a vigil for a community member who died during a police interaction a few weeks ago. And less than 40 minutes after I left, Ottawa police were parked outside of a place of residence under my name for no reason, questioning and intimidating my family. So if police are struggling to show up to emergency situations in a timely manner, as a previous delegate has expressed, why is this happening? As a Black woman, I cannot even grieve the loss of a community member who died during a police interaction without being subject to further intimidation by the police. And while this may sound like an isolated experience, it is reflective on the fact that Black and Indigenous people in this city are most likely to interact with Ottawa police. We are the ones who are deeply affected by these interactions and coincidentally are also underrepresented in your survey. So if the Ottawa police have decreased anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism as previously mentioned in this meeting. Why aren't our voices reflected in this survey? I'm not here to question the legitimacy of this, of the recently released report regarding the Ottawa Police, but I'm here because the underrepresentation of racialized voices could easily be viewed as intentional, especially when those voices are willing to speak to how their lives have been negatively impacted by the police. So to use this survey as any foundation behind so-called facts would be irresponsible, as it does not represent the majority of folks who interact with police in the city. And I'll just close by saying that I'm here today as someone who was underrepresented in this survey to demand that you stop silencing us. Our voices matter even when they disagree with you, and it is your responsibility to make sure that they are more than heard, but centered in these discussions, and that your methods of communication with the public are accessible for us. That includes not tone policing delegates when they speak up at your meetings and putting your surveys in areas that are more accessible. You cannot acknowledge calls for change and be the reason why it is needed at the time or in the first place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Maya. Any questions or comments for this delegation? Member Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you for the delegation. And, you know, I think you raise a lot of very good points here tonight, and I thank you for that. And I think it's so important we use all the information we presented this evening, both from our delegates that come month after month to inform us, as well as all these different surveys. Even with their limitations, there's information we can use going forward with the budget, with our strategic plan, with our use of force. So there's a lot of data we can focus on. But what I think it's really critical we use the information for is to build trust with the racialized communities in Ottawa and really find a way to service that community better. So I hope that from all of this, we can move forward to achieve that really important critical task and build that trust, build the communication. And maybe that should be some of the priority of the deliberative table if we're going ahead with that, is that focus on this important task. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Seeing no other hands up, thank you again, Maya, for participating tonight for your delegation. We appreciate that. That's the end of the public delegations. Are there questions or comments to the service? Member Johnson?
Yeah, mute. Okay, so I actually said a lot of what I was going to say just in response to our delegation. And I think we really do need to use the information we've learned tonight. I just had one question about the budget consultation, and I just wondered if Chief Slowly or his team could advise on what efforts have been made by the OPS to specifically engage the medical and healthcare sector in the community consultation.
Yeah, Chair, with your permission, I'll start off. I'll just queue up John. Throughout the year, Member Johnson, we've starting at the beginning of the year, you'll all know Deputy Chief Spell's exercise in inviting and curating a group of our medical practitioners from hospitals to service providers to come together around the Mental Health Guiding Council. Again, we talked about that extensively throughout the process. Deputy Bell can give you a sense of how many different agencies were reached out to, engaged, and continue to be involved in one form or the other through that process now that it is, through the chair's help, migrated to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan table at the City of Ottawa. You heard earlier on Executive Director Steinbach's talking about a meeting as recently as Friday with all of the members of the Ottawa Coalition of Community Healthcare Centres. That took place Friday morning with myself and John over the course of a good hour and a half. I've met a number of times in the last year with that same group, myself being invited to a Zoom meeting with all of their members, and I've had one-on-one meetings and other community meetings with those healthcare centers. So I can just tell you that from top of my knowledge, but I would invite either Deputy Bell or John Steinbach to provide additional information for the depth and breadth of consultation with healthcare providers, the medical sector.
So the chief covered off most of them. In terms of, we also reached out to Ottawa Public Health. We also have a large contact list of providers from across the city that we can go through our community development area. I have to admit, now that you're saying it, though, I'm just thinking to myself, why didn't we reach out to the Ottawa Academy of Medicine as part of this? And that will definitely be on the list next time, Bev. So thanks for that suggestion. But to the chief's point, we did reach out to a number of providers in the mental health community and the medical community in multiple different ways. I think that's one of the other learnings. I 100% agree on your points, Member Johnson. The concept of learning and then building on this. I think there's some good information that came in the PACE report. I think there's a lot of goodwill here on how we need to move forward. I think we need to learn on what barriers exist to building these forums. And then how do we knock them down so that people can have full access? Every time we try to do something, we always realize, okay, we could have done it better this way, or we could have gone and built this relationship there. But even that work itself, I think, builds the relationships.
And then I guess just in follow-up to that, is there anything sort of maybe summary or critical you'd say from those consultations, Chief or John, that you could add to the discussion tonight?
I'll start off, and again, I'm going to invite Deputy Bell to talk about his work with the Guiding Council. One of the groups I forgot to mention, the Royal, we actually had a meeting with two different meetings with their CEO and their full executive team. They expressed an understanding of the difficulties that the institutional switch decades ago put on the back of police and more importantly, put on the back of community members who need those services. The CEO and her full executive team expressed a desire to work with us, partner with us, share information with us to get to a better understanding and help to convene meetings down the road. The meetings with the Ontario Coalition of Healthcare Centers, Ottawa Coalition of Healthcare Centers, was about their report. We expressed concerns and we also expressed in that meeting, although it wasn't as clear in the delegations today, the desire to work together moving forward. I hope Friday's meeting is more indicative of the spirit of cooperation than the delegations we heard today, but still, those delegations are important. They provided additional nuance. But I'd be interested to see what Deputy Bell has to say about the work with the Guiding Council, which is probably most indicative of where we need to go in the future.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. So Member Johnson, I can let you know that in the build of the Guiding Council, we were able to leverage access and work with 6 different social service providing, specifically mental health social service providing networks within Ottawa. To say that they hit every social serving agency would be an overstatement, but they hit the vast majority of them. So built in those networks are the vast majority of those agencies within Ottawa. From those networks, they selected and identified people to sit on the Guiding Council. They have now come and we regularly hear reports back to create two-way conversations around where's the areas we should be focusing, what are the improvements we should see, how do we better work together. So we've had extensive ongoing communication, consultation with all of those networks, all of those social serving agencies through the Guiding Council. We also did do a specific combined Guiding Council, Community Equity Council consultation on the budget. It was actually, I was very happy with it because it was 2 groups that I'm very passionate about coming together to talk about something that we're deeply invested in, listening to their guidance and advice. So we have had extensive input from the groups. We take direction from those groups in terms of how we're moving ahead, and we've heard loud and clear around the budget and budget build, and that's part of the information you're hearing within this consultation report.
Okay, perfect. That does sound very broad-based, so thank you.
Thank you, Member Mann.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know who to direct this question to. I mean, this survey actually acknowledges that Ottawa's marginalized and racialized community and those living in poverty are underrepresented in this budget consultation survey. And we heard delegates here tonight express the same opinion. Yet in next steps, the budget consultation survey will be used to help set the budget. How are you going to do that? I mean, does it present a bigger challenge?
Yeah, Member Meehan, again, all of the shortcomings have been acknowledged. In fact, we acknowledge them in our presentation report to the board.
Yeah.
So there's no surprises there. Despite best efforts, we didn't get to a representative sample. I'm quite frankly not aware of any major survey that gets to a representative sample of the demographics of any entity, but we did our best. In addition to that, though, what we said, and I think Chair Deans even said it at the beginning in her comments, we're not relying exclusively on the survey as the single and main information around which we present our budget. So that would be inadequate. So we continue to engage members. We've done it in focus groups. We're doing it in one-on-one interviews. We have touched already a wide variety of individuals, groups, service agencies that provide services to those groups will continue to do so. The board has its own efforts underway. At the end of the day, all of this information, not just the survey information of 4,400 individuals, will inform the budget submission and will ultimately inform your decision as a board member as to what you approve or don't approve of the budget.
I understand that, Chief. But this survey is being held up to, people are reading it and it concerns them. So I guess that's where I'm coming from.
And remember, it is the board's consultation that we're doing. The board approved the plan, the board approved the survey, the board approved the questions in the survey. If you want to discount it, that is the board's decision to do so.
Chief,
if you want to remove it from consideration, it can be the board's decision. Ultimately, it's your consultation.
No, Chief, that's not what I'm saying at all. I think that the question that a lot of people are going to have is when we're at a really critical time in the way that the services are going to be delivered to our city. We're undergoing massive change. And a lot of it has to do with the racialized, marginalized, and the poor communities. So when a survey has I don't want you to say I'm criticizing the survey when there's a big chunk of that population, the ones that are pushing and leading us on to change aren't represented in an important survey. That just sort of leaves us open. So that's that would, okay, you're shaking your head. I think, okay, then I'll just turn off my mic. There's a big, go ahead. I'm just saying that we did ourselves a disservice by not trying harder to survey the people who they're the ones who are demanding that their voices be heard. I think that's what I'm saying, okay?
Remember me, and if the results weren't what you and I and all of us wanted, that's one thing. If again, you feel that it's not an adequate tool, it's the board's consultation. You can remove it from consideration. I don't know how much more information John could provide about all the efforts we went to try to get the maximum representation possible. But ultimately, if you don't feel it's worthwhile as an informing element for the board, it's still up to you to discount it from the process. I don't know what other solution there can be other than we did our best, we learned lessons from it, but if it's still not adequate, it's still the board's tool to use or not use.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you, Member Mann. I was going to say Member Steinbeck. I think I might be getting tired. John, go ahead.
Yeah, so Councillor Meehan, I don't know if this is helpful at all, but so I do understand your concerns and also, I mean, obviously the focus in the media has been almost and the delegates have been focused on this this one survey alone. I think our chance is to slow this down, have a look at all the information that's been provided. We did, if you'd like to meet with us, afterwards, we can run through some of the other pieces here and show you some of, talk to you about some of the demographics and how that occurred. The board does have another chance at consultation if you want to continue to build on this. I think it is a good sample when you look at all of the pieces overlaying each other. We can look at the issue of focus groups and that type of thing in the month of November. Again, sort of, I know the board chair mentioned at the start of this meeting. And so if the board would like to direct that or to let us know if they want to undertake some kind of effort there. Again, there is good information here. Some of the one-to-one conversations and the different conversations we had, I found were very enlightening and very helpful. I think the board would like those, would enjoy participating in those as well. So I think this is a good start, and we need to keep moving forward with it.
Great, thanks, John.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Any comments? There are two hands up, but maybe they could come down because I think they've spoken. Okay, seeing no one else. Well, as I said at the beginning, I think that this consultation has had some limitations. I think it also provided some information that is useful to us in some guiding documents. We're going to see the services tabled budget on the 3rd, and I think maybe at that point we can determine our next steps in terms of a consultation. So for tonight, I think we'll leave it at that. So received on the presentation? Received. Thank you.
Received.
Okay, moving then to our next held item, which I believe is our last item, item number 13, response to inquiry 1-21-22, increase in workplace injury, illness, and incident report forms 2018 through 2021. And Member Smallwood, you held this item.
Yes, thank you very much. And the reason I raised it originally was because of a great concern I had with the 230% increase in workplace incidents since 2018, 50% in the last year. And the service has done an excellent job in providing the background to that. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate all the work that went into the response. And I think it makes a lot of sense what they're saying. But I would highlight it to the board just because, and I do have a question as well. And I just wondered if the service can tell us if this is something that we're seeing, if this is unique to Ottawa or if this is elsewhere. And also, is there any way the board can or should be helping you with respect to this? Because I think it is a really important issue. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smallwood, I think I'm going to ask Deputy Bell to start off, and I think it's most in his bailiwick. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Member Smallwood. So what I can tell you is we're as part of provincial groups that are looking at this very issue, have had national conversations about the issue, although WSIB specifically is a provincial body, but there's other common bodies across the country. To a service, there is not one that is not experiencing the same challenges that we are around these claims and around the management of them. More importantly, around helping to support their members to make them well and able to return to work and reintegrate in their duties. So it is a very prevalent challenge across all police services. We're actively doing work around that, including we now are doing a complete review of all of our WSIB cases to look at how we better support reintegration into the service. As we've talked about here before, we've launched earlier this year an early intervention program to try and look at some of the signs that could be preventative, some of the issues that we could engage in that could be preventative to not have members reach the point where they need to go off on longer term leave. We're currently undertaking a business performance audit to identify some best practices and better strategies that we can utilize from a case management perspective, as well as we look to come back and discuss the 2022 budget. We're looking to have investments in that specific area, particularly around data analytics, to try and identify any preventative issues or trend issues where we can make some changes to minimize the number of claims we're seeing. More investment in return to work specialists, as well as looking at how we can better employ staff, an internal staff psychologist to help support our members. So you're absolutely right to flag it. It is a massive issue for us. It's a massive issue for many police services because it's an issue for our employees. So we're looking to put steps in place to better support our employees to allow them to return to work.
Really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Deputy. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you, Member Smallwood. Anyone else on this item received? Okay, is there any other business? Seeing none, for the benefit of the public, I'd like to note that our in-camera meeting was held earlier today. The board discussed a number of matters, namely an update on collective bargaining, 2 labor matters, 2 legal matters, an update on an operational matter, and a report from the Complaints Committee. Our next regular meeting will be held on Monday, November 22nd at 4 p.m. The board will also be holding a special meeting on Wednesday, November 3rd at 8:30 a.m. for the purpose of tabling the budget. As this is a special meeting, it will not follow the same format as our regular meetings. Therefore, the only item of business will be the budget tabling, and there will be no public delegations, as budget tabling with City Council will occur directly afterwards, starting at 10 a.m. Motion to adjourn.
I do.
Remember me and got her hand up first. Okay, so carried. Thanks,
Carried.
everyone. Thank you to the service and to the public delegations and everyone who participated tonight. Appreciate you all. Have a good rest of your night.